Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update. It's compiled by Judy Byington. Constitutional Republic, common law restored. Officially dismantling Satan-worshipping deep state. Gold-backed quantum financial system crushing fiat U.S. dollar. Stolen 2020 election exposed. And we have a quote from President Trump. Freedom always costs someone something. Thank you to those who gave everything for ours. Judy note, on Friday, February 6, 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel announced, "We are near, so close I can already see you on the other side. It is no longer a question of if or when. There will be events occurring shortly, but you are ready. We are about to enter a wormhole that will alter the global political and economic systems forever. The storm is upon us. The time has come. Time to shock the world. Green light tonight at midnight, 11/11, the Great Reset." Last week on Sunday, February 1st, 2026, President Trump restored the constitutional republic under common law and welcomed in the greatest wealth transfer in history by activating the quantum financial system across the globe. 100% live gold asset-backed currencies confirmed in 209 nations. The global currency reset has begun. President Trump, true commander-in-chief under emergency powers, did it all by activating the full Q global military alliance sting operation that's been planned since Lincoln to save the world. The plan was rock solid. Cheyenne Mountain, Raven Rock, Site R, all synced for the first time in decades. Trump elite special force teams were raiding nationwide and worldwide, zip-tying high-value deep state targets, politicians who rigged elections, Soros puppets, fake news tyrants, and child traffickers. No mercy, no escapes, straight to expanded Guantanamo tribunals, roaring day and night. This restoration has been decades in the making. Back in 2018, cabal deep state banks began losing control of their monies. When the privately owned by foreign bankers Federal Reserve finalized their bankruptcy of the fiat U.S. dollar, the affair was covered up as a mortgage crisis, and then a blackmailed Congress approved billions more of U.S. taxpayer dollars to bail everyone out. Now the reign of the Satan-worshipping cabal was ending. They are out of money. In the last few days, banks like America First and Chase have begun freezing personal bank accounts. Get your money out now. You may need cash to survive the 72-hour or 10 days of darkness. We don't know which at this point. With the QFS online, Satan worshippers' deep state assets were being frozen. There would be no more fiat slavery. The cabal's fiat federal dollar was set to officially die on Sunday, March 1st, 2026. The formerly privately owned Federal Reserve will now be government-owned under the U.S. Treasury. Trump has announced no more income tax. The Internal Revenue Service was turning into the External Revenue Service. Trump has sent IRS agents to investigate fraud found by the Doge audit. The government will be financed through tariffs and a 14% tax on purchase of new items only. No taxes on food or medicine. With the global currency reset came many other ways the people of the world would experience freedom mid-February. Another was suppressed tech releases, all dropping post-EBS. The most significant was the people's freedom from debt. Trump's mantra was to take from the rich that which had been stolen and give it back to the poor who had earned it in the first place. Nasara Jasara would be fully executed. Debt forgiveness, prosperity packages, funds would give the people back that money, and it would automatically be deposited in personal QFS wallets, formerly known as bank accounts, with redemption centers guarded by special forces. Tier 4B, us, the internet group who hold foreign currency and ZIM bonds, notifications could hit your inbox at any moment to set exchange redemption appointments. The old SWIFT banking system expired and buried. Bankers who resisted were vanishing. Over 700 licenses revoked already. Whistleblowers were cashing massive payouts while the cabal's assets were being seized for the people. Who was at fault for the fall of the cabal's federal dollar? Just about all of Congress, federal judges, including most of the Supreme Court and the NGOs. In the last 90 days alone, 47 Congress members announced that they won't seek re-election. Federal judges were stepping down in droves for personal reasons. Fake news mainstream media anchors were also disappearing without explanation. Government agency directors and CEOs were silently taking unexplained early retirement. These same people were suspected to be part of the massive fraud schemes uncovered by DOJ audits. Some believed, blackmailed by the Epstein pedophile network, were now suddenly retiring with health issues, selling their homes, liquidating assets, and moving other unreported assets offshore. They were relocating in non-extradition countries, hiring criminal defense attorneys, and always on the way out attacking Trump. Why Trump? Because as head of the White Hat Global Military Alliance, he was acting on over 500,000 federal indictments compiled by special investigators and taken to state grand juries since he first took office in 2016. Multiple high-level sources confirm that the final sequence of the plan has activated, and mass arrests were occurring worldwide of Satan-worshipping traitors. There were 20,000 plus troops, plus foreign allies in position across 360 cities. Covert raids hitting minor and major cities, including D.C., London, and the Vatican. Sealed indictments were ripping open. C-130s landing under cover of night, loaded with operators, predator drones circling cartel strongholds 24/7, all of which were filling fast. Gizmo's expanded wings with the biggest names in child trafficking and treason. Mexican generals received Trump's ultimatum: flip or disappear, half already turned. This was the hammer Q promised. The military, White Hats, and Space Force were now in full control. The Musk Starlink constellation satellites were locked and loaded for a 10-day truth bomb drop. Within hours, mainstream media satellites would be offline. Media towers would be silenced. On Friday, February 6th, this emergency broadcast system activated in 100 U.S. cities with a global rollout of the EBS expected within 72 hours. Expect power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones, cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during Trump's mass arrests. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout along with lockdown, no more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio, and internet broadcast worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military controlled communications and spit out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. The crimes, the networks, the names, all played on loop for the world to see. When the lights come back on, the world will be different, the cabal will be gone, the system will be new. You will be free. Friday, February 6th, worldwide EBS. 72-hour blackout GCR rollout. FBI Director Kash Patel. On Sunday, February 15th, mass QFS onboarding for the general public would begin based on internal comms for secure servers. EBS, or a parallel encrypted alert system, may go live to inform the public of their next steps. Texts, emails, push notifications, everything is set to go. Each citizen will receive a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status, access to the Sovereign Fund dashboard. I, FBI Director Kash Patel, will be walking everyone through the process when the alerts begin. I've tested the system, it works, and the interface is beyond anything we've used before. We're just days away from the global financial reset we've all been preparing. Friday, February 6th, confirmations just in, final triggers activated. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. High-level banking insiders report that Tier 4B notifications are already being prepared for release within hours. The system is moving at an unprecedented speed with historic transactions now confirmed in Hong Kong, London, and Dubai. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The full-scale transition to the gold-backed financial system is now irreversible. Global markets in panic mode. The old fiat system is collapsing in real time. Multiple banks are seeing liquidity shortages as large transfers are being redirected into the new system. Sources from inside the IMF confirm urgent behind closed doors meetings. They know their control is slipping. The end of the central banking cabal is unfolding before our eyes. Bank screens lit up with final rates. IQD $8.73 confirmed live on European trading platforms. VND $5.12 holding but expected to surge post announcement. ZIM and other currencies final adjustments in Friday, February 6th, attention Paymasters report, full releases, Tier 4B, ISO 20022. Private transaction platforms in Reno and Zurich have received direct confirmations that Tier 1 and 2 payouts are finalized. Tier 3 and Tier 4B are next. If you're part of the private groups, get ready now. Military movements confirmed, securing the transition. Intel sources confirm heightened security around key financial hubs. Private security details have been activated in Reno, Zurich, and Dubai. Special ops teams are ensuring that no foreign interference disrupts this monumental shift in global power. The final phase is underway. The pieces are falling into place faster than anticipated. The old world is crumbling, and the new financial era is about to rise from the ashes. Judy note, it is advised to redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at a redemption center. The dinar contract rate can only be given at redemption centers, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates such as above than what you can obtain at a redemption center. Restored Republic, Friday, February 6th. My fellow Americans, this is John F. Kennedy Jr. speaking to you after years of silence. I was forced underground for your protection and for mine, but now the truth must come out. The same corrupt families who assassinated my father, who rigged your elections, who trafficked your children, still rule your world from the shadows. I've spent the last 2 decades gathering evidence, working with patriots, military insiders, and whistleblowers from around the globe. What we have uncovered is darker than anything you've been allowed to imagine. Underground facilities, fake wars, staged events. It all leads to one cabal, and yes, we have the names. Yes, we have the documents. Yes, we have the video. I'm now preparing to go live and reveal everything, but time is short, and they're trying to block this message before it spreads. Friday, February 6th. News treason full intel drop. Trump's boldest move yet. Q ops revealed. Secret military alliance in full swing. Mass arrests exploding. Deep state traitors vanishing into Gitmo nightmares. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots and Anons. The final storm is unleashing biblical fury right now. February 6, 2026. News treason just dropped the mother of all intel bombs, confirming Trump's boldest move ever, activating the full Q global military alliance sting operation that's been planned since day one. President Donald J. Trump, true commander-in-chief under emergency powers, has flipped the switch. Elite special forces teams raiding nationwide and worldwide, zip-tying high-value deep state targets. No mercy, no escapes, straight to expanded Guantanamo tribunals roaring day and night. Sealed indictments unsealing by the avalanche. Thousands per hour. Over 3.7 million traitors already detained in recent waves. More vanishing hourly as black vans roll at 3 a.m. Dumbs breached, adrenochrome horrors destroyed, black budget ops seized. Trump's dire warnings are real. Surrender or face military justice swinging hard. The look in his eyes says it's over for them. 107 echoes it loud. The 2020 Steel declared national election emergency, constitution enforced by military authority. Fake regime crumbling at warp speed. Quantum financial system fully live. Gold asset-backed swallowing cabal trillions. Fiat Ponzi dead. Banks collapsing. Over 12,000 branches shutting down soon. Nasara Jasara activations flooding patriots with erased debts, prosperity payments, reimbursements from seized wealth. EBS truth tsunami locked and loaded. Declassified files ready to expose election fraud. Bioweapons labs, foreign interference, elite blackmail rings. Space Force guarding infinite resources. Rescued innocents freed, final bunkers crushed. This is Trump's blitzkrieg, the Great Awakening exploding into the Great Restoration. Deep state in total panic, holdouts cornered from Davos to underground lairs. Trump dismantles their satanic empire forever. Republic rises sovereign, free, and unstoppable. Red state patriots loading massive payouts via golden badge. Secure yours now before the full rollout or miss history's greatest wealth transfer. No more lies, no more tyranny. Justice rains down. Stay vigilant, warriors. Spread the fire. Pray fierce. Trust the plan. The traitors lose everything. America wins bigly. The storm is victorious. Where we go one. Friday, February 6th, Senator Eric Schmidt tells off the co-president of a woke, Soros-funded NGO trying to block and tackle for Somali fraudsters. First, he points out that public citizen declaring ICE operations to be racist doesn't mean much, given that they have previously said that basically everything is racist, including DC not being a state and the phrase law and order. You use racism to intimidate people to get your way. And it's not 2020 anymore. The American people are over it. So what you're going to find is we're going to prosecute, and it has nothing to do with race. We're going to prosecute because fraud was committed on a level that is so offensive to this country. Your words that don't mean anything aren't going to stop what's coming. And I want you to take that back to George Soros and all these ridiculous funders you have to try to muddle the issue. Because justice is coming. And by the way, if I have it my way, we will denaturalize all these fraudsters and send them home. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Friday, February 6th, Trump unleashes Pelosi's insider trading bomb. She dumped Visa stock 1 day before DOJ lawsuit. 18 U.S. Code 1348 violation. Criminal charges loom as market scam explodes. February 6th, breaking special report. Pelosi and husband outperformed the Dow by 17,000%. $133 million stock scheme exposed while in Congress. February 6th, bombshell alert. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent orders massive bank audits by IRS in $18 billion Minnesota welfare laundering scandal. February 6th, boom. Epstein files detonate. UK power broker Mandelson leaked 2008 bank secrets to Epstein while he was in jail. The globalist crash. Friday, February 6th, economic bomb. The debt ends here. U.S. Treasury executes $6 billion buyback in 1 week. Quiet economic warfare to restore sovereignty. February 6th, just in. U.S. debt clock reveals the future. Trump holds the key to the golden age. The financial reset has begun. Here's what you need to know. And Friday, February 6th, major breaking. The justice Hillary Clinton said would never come. Benghazi terrorists arrested after 14 years. FBI brings Zubair al-Bakush to U.S. soil to face justice. February 6, 2026. Friday, February 6, Intel drop another Hillary Clinton story from Broomstick 1 to Benghazi, a deep state failure in full view. Guru Information and Intel. Friday, February 6. The storm is no longer approaching, it's here. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. As of February 1st, the quantum financial system activated globally, 100% live, gold as a backed, no more fiat slavery. Trump flipped the switch, green light on. Constitutional republic restored under common law, military's the only way. High alert, Friday, February 6, 2026. EBS activation window locked 72 hours or less from key drops. 20,000 plus troops plus foreign allies in position across 360 cities for deep state roundups. Covert raids hit DC, London, Vatican. Stolen loot frozen via QFS. Banks losing control, Dead Sea raised. Nisar Jasar already active. The old world falls silent while the new world rises. Mr. Pool signals final chapter. SG Anon mirrors confirm. Friday, February 6th. David Nino Rodriguez dropped the hammer. Hillary Clinton tried calling Trump's bluff. and got exposed in real time. David Nino, 107 on Telegram. Patriots, wake up and pay attention, because the storm is raging harder than ever right now on February 6, 2026. In this fresh drop from the front lines, 107 teams up with David Nino Rodriguez to unleash pure fire on the deep state's crumbling empire. The big headline: Crooked Hillary Clinton just made a desperate move. She tried calling Trump's bluff, thinking she could still pull strings from the shadows. Big mistake. Huge. Juan lays it out crystal clear. The witch from Arkansas is panicking as the noose tightens around the entire cabal. She's watching her old tricks fail one by one. Blackmail, threats, fake leaks, and now she's scrambling to negotiate or intimidate. But Trump and the White Hats are not playing games anymore. Military intelligence has everything locked down, and the bluff calling backfired spectacularly. Hillary's attempt only proves how terrified they are of what's coming next. Mass exposure, sealed indictments flipping to public executions of justice, and the final takedown of the pedo elite network she's been neck deep in for decades. Nino brings the heat, too, connecting the dots on how this ties straight into the ongoing civil war inside the government. The White Hats are in full control behind the scenes, prepping for the big reveal that will shake the world. EBS alerts are primed. Alliances with foreign patriots are solidifying, and the deep state's house of cards is collapsing faster than you can say, lock her up. Juan hints strongly. Expect fireworks soon. Names dropping, arrests rolling, and the public finally seeing the real Epstein files unredacted, with Hillary's fingerprints all over them. This isn't just talk, Anons. It's confirmation that Trump's second term is the cleanup operation that we've prayed for. The plan never stopped. The military's moving pieces we can't even see yet. And every desperate act from these demons, like Hillary's pathetic bluff call, only accelerates their doom. The Great Awakening is hitting critical mass. Stay vigilant, drop those deltas, trust the plan harder than ever. The end of the cabal is here. Nothing can stop what is coming. God wins. We're witnessing the victory unfolding live. Hold the line, Patriots. We're in the final battle, and the White Hats are dominating. Share this everywhere before they try to scrub it. The truth is unstoppable now. Friday, February 6th, breaking intel drop. Nick Fleming, RV GCR update. February 6th, the floodgates are opening. Patriots, the deep state is crumbling as the quantum financial system takes full control. Nick Fleming, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, wake up. This is it. Nick Fleming just dropped explosive RV GCR intel that has the entire White Hat Alliance buzzing. The revaluation of global currencies is no longer a maybe, it's rolling out right now under military protection. And the gold-backed quantum financial system is live across 209 nations. Iraqi dinar leading the charge. Zim at parity levels that will make your head spin. Vietnamese dong surging under BRICS gold standard integration. Redemption centers are prepped and guarded by special forces. Tier 4B notifications could hit your box any moment. Sources inside the ops confirm EBS activation imminent. February 6, 2026, starting in 100 plus U.S. cities, then global rollout. 10 days of darkness incoming for full Starlink quantum satellite installation. No more deep state censorship. No more fake news feeds. The old system, SWIFT system, expired and buried. Bankers who resisted are vanishing. Over 700 licenses revoked already. Whistleblowers cashing massive payouts while the cabal's assets get seized for the people. Trump's continuity of government is rock solid. Cheyenne Mountain, Raven Rock, Sidar are all synced for the first time in decades. Gitmo's expanded wings are filling fast, with the biggest names in child trafficking and treason. Sealed indictments ripping open, C-130s landing under cover of night, loaded with operators, predator drones circling cartel strongholds 24/7. Mexican generals got the ultimatum, flip or disappear. Half already turned. This is the hammer Q promised. Mark Z intel via PDK aligns perfectly. Groups in active negotiations, liquidity gates slammed shut on the old system. No turning back. Nasara Jasara fully executed signatures. Debt forgiveness, prosperity packages, suppressed tech releases, all dropping post-EBS. The wealth transfer back to we the people is biblical. Trillions flooding to patriots who held the line. The storm is here, Anons. Deep state puppets screaming in panic as their fiat empire collapses. Hold the line. Trust the plan. Trump isn't negotiating. He's dismantling the snake once and for all. Mass arrests accelerating. Tribunals ready. Tribunals live soon. The Republic is restored. The GCR is here. Stay vigilant. Stay frosty. Notifications dropping soon. Your redemption appointment is coming. The greatest wealth transfer in history belongs to you. God wins. Where we go one, we go all. Friday, February 6th, breaking news. Chase is targeting Bitcoiners and blocking bank accounts. The silent majority on Telegram. Chase bank story. WTF. This actually happened to an anonymous me today. My bank account was blocked and is now scheduled to be terminated. I literally don't have access to my own money, not even to buy food. Chase told me they will mail all my money back to me in a paper check, which will arrive in about 4 to 5 weeks, business days. That check can only be deposited into another bank account in my name in the USA. And here's the F up part. I cannot open another bank account right now because they placed an OBS flag on my social security number. What triggered all of this? I tried to liquidate 68% of my fiat savings to buy Bitcoin. Today is February 5th. Bitcoin dropped to 65,000 per coin. I normally buy Bitcoin calmly, monitor the market via my own node and wire money from Chase to Strike. I usually move about 10% of my paycheck each month to buy Bitcoin. I've been doing this since August and no problem, but today was different. Instead of 10% of my paycheck, I wired almost 68% of my entire savings account. 2 hours later, I received a text from Chase. See the 3 screenshots below telling me to call them, and I did. They asked me many questions. I answered them. At the end of the call, they said, the wire will not proceed because you answered one question incorrectly. I replied, impossible, which question? They said, we cannot tell you. Your account is now blocked and will proceed to termination within 10 business days. Then he hung up. I immediately run to Chase branch where I originally opened the account with the same employee to find out that is what is going on. He reviewed everything, called Chase fraud himself, spoke to them directly, and still couldn't resolve it. I made a writing complaint to have some answers. Otherwise, I will take legal actions. Here's the insane part. Chase refused to tell even their own employee why my account was blocked. They refused to explain and told that in 10 business days they will decide whether to terminate it. The employee apologized and told me something alarming. This has been happening to a lot of people recently, especially those trying to buy Bitcoin. I asked why. He said he didn't know. Now the real night effing mare. In 10 business days, 2 weeks, Chase will decide if my account is terminated. If it is terminated, it will take another 10 business days, 2 weeks, to receive all my savings by paper check on mail. But wait, here's the catch. That check can only be deposited into a U.S. bank account in my name. I cannot open a new account because of the OBS flag on my social security number. I cannot deposit the check into my husband's account, and my paycheck from Norwegian is linked to this blocked Chase account. This is a catch-22. Thank God I still have my Norwegian DNB bank account. I can't buy Bitcoin with it, okay, but I have a literally $2,000 there to survive while Chase Mother F's holds my money hostage. I also have a Norwegian credit card. I do hate credit cards. I only use cash because I refuse to help those parasites. That credit card is only for emergencies like today. My husband, who doesn't believe in Bitcoin, refused to lend me some money until I resolved the Chase issue. He said, sell some Bitcoin if you really need cash. You put yourself in this situation. Get yourself out of it. I told him, okay, I have 2,000 in a Norwegian account. When that runs out, I'll sell my watch, then my gold chain, and if I need, I will sell my old, I'm not saying that until I get paid, but I will never sell my Bitcoin. If your money is in a bank, it is not yours. It never was, and it never will be. Chase is doing this on purpose, targeting Bitcoiners who self-custody and run nodes like me, making it harder on us. So we need to liquidate our Bitcoins just to survive. I register in QFS.
That's civil enforcement.
Voter fraud, Friday, February 6, 2026. Massive voter registration fraud exposed in Pennsylvania during the 2020 election. All the voter registration applications contain the same handwriting, contain the same date, with unknown signatures not matching anything contained on file. Cue the storm on Telegram. Friday, February 6, 2026, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard led an investigation into Puerto Rico's voting machines last May, according to a new Reuters report. Citing similar voting infrastructure across the United States, her office said the Office of the Director of National Intelligence identified extremely concerning cybersecurity and operational deployment practices that pose a significant risk to U.S. elections. ODNI said some vulnerabilities in Puerto Rico's voting machines stemmed from the use of insecure cellular technology, along with software flaws that could allow hackers deep access into critical election systems. Given ODNI's broad statutory authority to coordinate, integrate, and analyze intelligence related to election security, and our known work on understanding vulnerabilities to foreign and other malign interference, ODNI conducted an examination of electronic voting systems used in Puerto Rico's elections. An ODNI spokesperson said, in April 2025, Gabbard told a cabinet meeting that her office had obtained evidence showing U.S. electronic voting systems have long been vulnerable to hacking. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast. She said, adding that this supports the push for nationwide paper ballots so voters can trust the integrity of U.S. elections. Friday, February 6th, huge win for the Patriots. U.S. military just arrested dozens of Rothschild and Rockefeller bankers. President Trump personally ordered the raids that seized trillions from their secret global accounts. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy. Early 2026, elite U.S. military teams struck fast across Europe and America, capturing dozens of top Rothschild and Rockefeller bankers who have enslaved humanity via rigged central banks, fake debt, and hidden offshore trillions stolen from we the people. President Donald J. Trump signed the classified orders himself, unleashing white hats to shutter the cabal's financial empire and reclaim the wealth, and hoarded secret gold while the world suffered. Raids hammered Frankfurt, Berlin, Switzerland, Brussels, Dubai, and U.S. soil, smashing laundering networks and exposing IMF fraud, crypto scams, and Libra malware aimed at hacking the quantum financial system and stealing Patriot data. Key names nabbed: Jean-Pierre Lemoine, Margik Van Hoof, Sergio Vondrada, all linked to child trafficking funding, illegal pharma, deep state ops. Tribunals that expanded, Guantanamo churned through evidence non-stop. Trump's 2017 alliances created a parallel military command now fully active, bypassing traitors. February 2026, executive orders froze assets of politicians, media elites, and foreign agents. Old bloodline pacts expired January 25, 2026, leaving Orsini, Windsor, and others naked. Epstein files forced out by Trump. Expose Beijing's cash pipelines via Wang Qishan to these monsters. Quantum financial system is live. Gold-backed unstoppable. BIS reserves drained. Banco Master Brazil collapsed. Owner arrested for trillions in fraud. One of many. Davos 2026 turned into a trap. Snaring Rockefeller and Lee operatives as Swiss vaults exposed Vatican Wall Street ties. 50,000 plus troops ready in 27 states. Vehicles positioned, Cheyenne Mountain alive under Trump and loyal generals. Russia-Brazil allies hunting. Iran Hezbollah cash cut. Maduro gone. January 3rd, 2026. Oil reclaimed. Cabal sabotage from M Alpha 1999 declassified. Malware crushed. Planes grounded. The globalist coffin is nailed shut. Old world dies now. Republic rises with gold. Freedom, justice, Trump dismantles their rule forever. Patriots win. Traitors lose it all. Stay sharp, spread the truth, and claim your share. The Great Awakening triumphs. Where we go one, we go all. The Great Awakening has begun. EBS activated. Starlink overrides mainstream media narratives. QFS, Nasara Jasara, gold-backed currencies, debt jubilee. Mass arrest of Satan-worshipping deep state continued. 10 days of darkness incoming. Stock up on food, water, batteries, prayer. When you walk through a storm, hold your chin up high and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of a storm is a golden sky and the sweet silver song of a lark. Walk on through the wind, walk on through the rain. Though your dreams be tossed and blown, walk on with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. You'll never walk alone. Trust the plan. Q on Telegram. Privately owned U.S. Inc. government bankrupt. Shuts down on Saturday, January 31st, 2026. America's new constitutional republic goes live on Sunday, February 1st, 2026. Global currency reset, gold-backed currency goes live Monday, February 2nd. Meanwhile, Trump announced no more income tax. EBS activated, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. EBS activated Thursday, February 5th, 2026. The White House has triggered the final phase. EBS signals are live across Starlink, overriding all mainstream narratives. As of 0.01 today, Thursday, February 5th, the quantum financial system fully synchronized with Nasara Jasara protocols. Mass arrests of deep state operatives continued in silence. High-profile names already in custody and under military tribunals. The cabal's last attempt to block the Great Awakening has failed. 10 days of darkness incoming to protect the people while truth bombs drop via EBS broadcasts. Trump's global military alliance is in control. Gold-backed currencies are live, debt jubilee activated, humanitarian funds released to the people. Prepare your spiritual armor, stock up on water, food, batteries, and prayer. This is the final battle between light and darkness, and light wins. Trump wins, we the people win, God wins. Where we go one, we go all forever. Global Currency Reset, GCR RV. Tier 4B notifications for ZIM holders expected in waves, starting Thursday, February 5th to Tuesday, February 10th, per Insider Syncs. 24 to 48 hours remain, Friday, February 6th to Saturday, February 7th. For Tier 4B notifications for foreign currency holders, the financial reset is now unstoppable. Redemption centers are in silent mode, but active. Codes have been seeded. Those who have been prepared will know what to do. Rates are locked. Liquidity is positioned. Military protection remains in place across all nodes. Thursday, February 5th, reports from Reno suggest first batches of ZIM holders have been escorted under military guard to classified exchange points. QFS mirrors activated, all ZIM redemption classified as special sovereign handling. Each individual is being treated as a transitional asset holder, part of the bridge into the new Earth economy. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Restored Republic, Thursday, February 5th. Huge win for the Patriots. U.S. military just arrested dozens of Rothschild and Rockefeller bankers. President Trump personally ordered the raids that seized trillions from their secret global accounts SGAnon on Telegram. In early 2026, elite U.S. military teams struck fast across Europe and America, capturing dozens of top Rothschild and Rockefeller bankers who have enslaved humanity via rigged central banks, fake debt, and hidden offshore trillions stolen from we the people. President Donald J. Trump signed the classified orders himself, unleashing white hats to shatter the cabal's financial empire and reclaim the wealth, forced endless national debt, and hoarded secret gold while the world suffered. Raids hammered Frankfurt, Berlin, Switzerland, Brussels, Dubai, and U.S. soil, smashing laundering networks and exposing IMF fraud, crypto scams, and Libra malware aimed at hacking the quantum financial system and stealing Patriot data. Key names nabbed: Jean-Pierre Lemoine, Marajik Van Hoof, Sergio Andrada, all linked to child trafficking funding, illegal pharma, and deep state ops. Tribunals at expanded Guantanamo churn through evidence non-stop. Trump's 2017 alliances created a parallel military command, now fully active, bypassing traitors. February 2026 executive orders froze assets of politicians, media elites, and foreign agents. Old bloodline pacts expired January 25, 2026, leaving Orsini, Windsor, and others naked. Epstein files forced out by Trump expose Beijing's cash pipelines via Wang Qishan to these monsters. Quantum financial system is live. Gold back unstoppable. BIS reserves drained. IMF empty. Fed is dying. Banco Master Brazil collapsed. Owner arrested for trillions in fraud. One of many. Davos 2026 turned into a trap, snaring Rockefeller and Lee operatives as Swiss vaults exposed Vatican Wall Street ties. Thursday, February 5th. They're not resigning. They're running. And if you're paying attention, you already know why. The pattern is undeniable. Mr. Poole final chapter on Telegram. In the last 90 days, 47 Congress members won't seek re-election. Federal judges step down for personal reasons. Media anchors disappearing without explanation. Agency directors taking early retirement. This isn't coincidence. This is evacuation. When rats flee the ship, it's not because they're tired. It's because they know what's coming. The sealed indictments. There are currently over 500,000 sealed indictments in the federal court system. Normal year average, 1,000 to 2,000. Current count, 500,000 plus. That's not a typo. That's a purge waiting to happen. These are not parking tickets. These are the names of people who thought they were untouchable. Politicians, executives, celebrities, judges. The same people now suddenly retiring. The same people now selling homes. The same people now moving assets offshore. They know their names are on that list. The military knows everything. Every email, every transaction, every flight log, every message. For years they watched. For years they documented. For years they waited. The trap wasn't set overnight. It was set over decades. And now the trap is closing. What they did. Treason against the United States, human trafficking networks, money laundering through foreign aid, election manipulation, blackmail operations controlling politicians. This isn't conspiracy theory. This is conspiracy fact. The evidence exists. The witnesses are talking. The panic signals. Watch what they do, not what they say. Signal 1, sudden health issues requiring resignation. Signal 2, family moving to non-extradition countries. Signal 3, liquidating assets. Signal 4, hiring criminal defense attorneys. Signal 5, attacking Trump with desperation. Every attack is a confession. Every resignation is an admission. They're not fighting for power anymore. They're fighting for freedom, and they're losing. The Great Awakening, this is not politics. It's the largest military operation in human history. The takedown of a global criminal syndicate controlling governments, media, banks, courts, education, medicine, everything. For centuries they operated in shadows. For centuries they believed they were gods. For centuries they were wrong. The dominoes are falling. The rats are running. The The light is winning. Dark to light. Breaking. Michael Jaco, Trump warning. February 5th. Deep state taken down hard. Patriots, the final storm is unleashing. Mass arrests surging. Trump's kill switch activated. Cabal crumbling into oblivion. Michael Jaco, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. The deep state is being taken down right now. No mercy, no escape. Trump's master plan has flipped to full execution mode. Elite special forces raiding hidden bunkers, high-value targets, zip-tied and vanished, the snake's head severed in coordinated global ops. They must fall, and they're falling like dominoes. Clinton's, Obama's, Soros puppets, Vatican black nobility all marked, hunted, and disappearing into black sites faster than you can scream. Trump's kill switch is live. From secure command centers, the commander-in-chief directs the takedown. Mass arrests accelerating, tribunals ramping up 24/7, Gitmo wings packed with treasonous elites who stole elections. The final phase is activated, 72-hour windows closing, hell breaking loose on the cabal as their empires implode. No more games. Trump isn't negotiating, he's eradicating. Deep state demons in total panic, bunkering down while operators breach doors, drag them out kicking. This is biblical justice unfolding in real time. The storm rages full throttle. EBS on standby for the big reveal. 10 days of darkness to broadcast undeniable proof. Nassar Jassar rolling. Quantum financial system enforcing the gold-back reset. Trillions flooding back to patriots. The meek inherit the earth. Wealth transfer post-storm. BRICS rising, unstoppable. Fiat empires buried. Old world order ashes. Patriots brace for impact. The greatest military sting in history delivers. Deep state puppets, shell-shocked, screaming as their beast system collapses. Trump in absolute control. God on our side. Angels assigned. Hold the line. Stack heavy. Stay frosty. Mass tribunals live soon. Freedom restored. Republic reborn. Your victory is here. The awakening total. The takedown complete. God wins huge. Win the people. Reclaim everything. The final battle crushes the satanic cabal forever. Where we go one, we go all.
It's the 6th of February 2026. And today is a massive day in the world of silver. Things are happening because what's happening behind the scenes that is not being talked about in public is the banking system in America is waiting for silver to hit the magical figure of $80 an ounce. When it does, the call goes out and everything changes. When I say everything changes, I mean everything changes. I've said that this week is very, very important, and it is. The question is, though, how much will we actually see of the change? Because one thing we're learning on this journey, we're not being told the truth. They're manipulating things so that we don't know the truth. The mainstream media are not what they're supposed to be. They're supposed to tell us what's going on. They don't. They tell us what the rich, the powerful want you to know. My next story is one that's right in everybody's mind right now. It's Jeffrey Epstein and the files that have come out. It exposes an awful lot. It exposes some very sad things. That the Dalai Lama and Mother Teresa were frequent visitors to Epstein Island. That for me is sad, because we looked up to these people. And suddenly you find out they weren't what we thought they were. That was just a front. That was just a facade. There's many, many more. We find out that Epstein now, the levels of depravity, the levels of corruption are absolutely mind-blowing. I said to you 3 years ago, we're going through a phase of changing the narrative, preparing people for what's happening right now. If this information had come out 3 years ago, most people would have switched off. They wouldn't have believed it. But the 3 years of hard work in changing the narrative have made people start asking questions. There are still people fast asleep. There's not a lot we can do about that. All we can do is nurture the ones that have woken up and guide them to the truth. We're in a battle right now between good and evil, between God and Satan. On the bad side, these people are truly satanic. They've sold their soul to the devil. Fortunately, we have an audience that believe in God. Like I do, like Drew does, like our team does. We believe in God, we trust in God, and all of the answers right now are within you when you speak to God. You can find out what's really going on when you're connected to God. You don't need all these channels out there to find out what's going on. The answers to everything are within you, if you're connected to God. Big if. It's your job to connect. And it's a very interesting time to be alive. There's so much going on in the world right now.
Thursday, February 5th, 2026, Epstein files reveal Biden shot by firing squad in 2017. Been played by actors and clones ever since. Thursday, February 5th, 2026, Fox News breaking. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin is personally on the ground, surging the rebuild for Palisades fire victims, deployed by President Trump after dereliction of duty by Mayor Socialist commie Karen Bass. We need to break through the local log jams. We will not stop until LA is fully rebuilt. Thursday, February 5th, breaking bombshell. Charlie Ward, major shock. February 5th, biggest news to break ever, Patriots. The snake's head is cut off. Vatican gold seized. 13 bloodlines terminated. Global reset exploding into total victory. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Dr. Charlie Ward, the elite connected truth warrior with boots on the ground sources, just unleashed the major shock of the century. The biggest news story in human history is breaking right now. The head of the snake is severed. Trump meant it literally when he said cut off the head. Rockefeller, Windsor remnants, Orsini, Lee, and the rest are gone. Permanently eliminated. No clones, no doubles, no mercy. Their satanic dynasty contracts expired, and the enforcers turned on them in a white hat kill box. At Davos 2026, heads rolled literally. Massive Vatican takedown confirmed. International military forces stormed the black heart of global corruption. 650 plane loads of gold, cash, and valuables seized from Vatican vaults and flown straight to Fort Knox and secure U.S. Treasury sites. The Pope, key mafia figures, 350 plus Vatican personnel arrested or vanished in the raid. This wasn't just treasure recovery, it ended the Vatican's chokehold on the world's money supply and human trafficking financing. Trump showed up at the Vatican with a massive dossier, handed it to the Pope. Take your time, have a look-see. Then the hammer dropped. 3 big players crushed, Saudi Arabia, Israel, Vatican, all aligned against the cabal, now flipped or neutralized. The storm is at full throttle. Biggest news breaking globally. Quantum financial system live, gold-backed currencies surging. Fiat collapse accelerating. Nasara Jassar enforcement. Imminent debt wiped, prosperity funds unleashing trillions to patriots. Mass arrests surging harder. Gitmo processing high-level traders tied to UN, big pharma, election theft, and bioweapons. EBS countdown ticking, child rescues from White House tunnels, underground whores, Epstein files exploding with undeniable proof. Trump dissolved U.S. Inc., Brunson case ripping open fraud, temporary martial law to restore the republic under common law. Patriots, this is biblical. The meek inherit the earth in real time. Deep state demons and absolute terror, bunkers breached. Puppets exposed and eliminated, the greatest wealth transfer, the total awakening, the final justice, all dropping now. God assigned the angels. Military executed the plan perfectly, no escape for the cabal. They are history. Stay locked in, stay in prayer, hold the line stronger than ever. Your redemption, your freedom, your victory is here. The republic rises, the snake is dust. We the people win everything forever. God wins massively. The energy was under the control of the same banks that controlled the money. Energy crises, oil wars, and climate hysteria were never about supply. They had to do with control. That control is now crumbling. Tesla Energy Grid merge and QFS. We are not only witnessing the demise of fiat with the activation of the quantum financial system, but also the resurgence of Tesla's suppressed inventions. Declassification and restoration of hidden patents, which have been classified as national security for decades, are underway. Currently, the Space Force has more than 5,000 classified energy patents under GCR law, including systems with zero-point energy, batteries with quantum resonance, drives with magnetic propulsion, harvesters of atmospheric energy. These are not hypotheses, they are genuine. For years, they have fueled black budget initiatives. Additionally, they are being incorporated into a decentralized energy network that will get rid of electricity bills permanently, eliminate reliance on fuel, use clean wireless energy to power cities and homes, make economies dependent on fossil fuels obsolete. Why was it hidden? Because freedom is equal to energy independence. Because you cannot be enslaved by businesses or governments. If you can power your house, car, and technology without paying a bill. For this reason, under Nasara Jasara, the public will have access to energy patents. New grids powered by Tesla will be constructed worldwide. Under a lawful transition, utility companies will be nationalized or dismantled. Every home will receive a free upgrade to quantum Tesla nodes. It's not a dream. The restructuring mandates include it. Every nation that complies with the GCR protocols is required by contract to break up the oil-based monopoly and give its citizens access to technology that has been suppressed. Solar panels and wind farms are not the way of the future. Limitless quantum flow, scalar wave amplifiers, and Tesla towers are the future. Your enslavement was never intended to be paid for by you. Now the people literally have more power. Epstein Files, Thursday, February 5th. Epstein Files expose human cloning, MKUltra mind control, and Rothschilds hiding Hitler. The deep state's darkest secrets are out. Cue the storm. Patriots, wake the hell up. The latest Epstein document drops are blowing the lid off the global cabal like never before. This isn't just about some island pervert and blackmail. These files reveal a full-on pathocracy in governments, big pharma, mainstream media, and our entire culture to enslave humanity. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't some lone operator. He was a top-tier power broker for the elite, pushing early Bitcoin to launch the dirty money, advancing transhumanist nightmares, orchestrating regime changes worldwide, and running MKUltra-style psychological torture ops to break minds and control key figures. The documents prove it. Coercion, trauma-based programming, and total domination are how these monsters keep their grip on power. And get this, buried in the files are emails between Epstein and Rothschild banker Ariane de Rothschild casually discussing how Adolf Hitler lived in a homeless shelter in Vienna funded by wealthy Jewish families, including the Rothschilds, the Epsteins, and the Gutmans. Epstein straight up says it's 100% true. Hitler was peddling his paintings and clothes while crashing in a shelter bankrolled by these bloodlines. Coincidence? Hell no, this ties the modern Rothschild financial empire right back to funding the very monster they claim to oppose. Are they still hiding him, or is his legacy in some Antarctic bunker or cloned body? The dots connect, Anons. They've been playing both sides for centuries. But it gets even darker. Whispers in these releases point to human cloning, elite experiments to create perfect doubles, while they depopulate the rest of us. Combine that with MKUltra mind control tech still running today. Think celebrity breakdowns, mass shooters, politicians who flip overnight. And transhumanist pushes for merging man with machine. This is the real plan. Wipe out God's creation, replace it with their soulless abominations. These aren't theories anymore. The deep state is panicking because the truth is leaking everywhere. They've controlled the narrative for decades through trauma, blackmail, and ritual abuse, but their great awakening is unstoppable now. The most important thing, waking up more people. Share this far and wide. The cabal fears an informed, angry populace more than anything, and using MK Ultra tactics to keep us docile. But we see you, demons. Nothing can stop what is coming. The storm is here. Trump knew. The White Hats are dismantling it piece by piece. Stay frosty, trust the plan, and keep red pilling. The end of their reign is close. High alert. Emergency broadcast system activation at any time. Temporary martial law across the globe. Universal blackout and systems reset. Common law based on freedoms in the original Constitution. Judy note. In January 2016, on the morning President Trump first took office, he paid a visit to CIA headquarters where he declared a war on human trafficking. The takedown of the deep state cabal has been President Trump's main goal. 2 years later, by 2018, the deep state cabal, which back in 1913 had changed the Constitution to own and control the U.S. Inc., the Federal Reserve, and IRS, had successfully bankrupted the fiat U.S. dollar on purpose. Their plan was to force U.S. taxpayers to use their non-asset-backed digital currency system by February 2026. That way they could control your life by telling you how and even when you could use your own money. Trump and the global military alliance to the rescue. The cabal's bankruptcy of the fiat U.S. dollar was causing major problems in international trade. Trump aligned with the BRICS alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, for the purpose of completing a gold asset-backed global currency reset of 209 nations. They planned to, and in fact did have, that gold-backed currency reset active worldwide before the cabal's February 2026 deadline. It was now February 2026, and that war against good and evil was coming to a climax as the global currency reset was activated. That gave Trump the power to rip away American courts' use of maritime law, where the American Bar Association lawyers and judges pledged their allegiance to the Crown of England, not to the right to freedom of U.S. citizens. It was finally time to put things in order by going back to common law that adhered to sovereign liberties and freedoms of the original Constitution. Trump knew that military was the only way to do that. High alert! Trump has flipped a switch, turning on the green light. As of February 1st, 2026, the constitutional republic had secretly been restored under common law, and a gold asset-backed global currency reset had been activated. By Wednesday, February 4th, 2026, the White House was lit up in red. You were urged to prepare for a global communications blackout and universal systems reset so mass arrests of Satan-worshipping deep state cabal could be completed. Within 3 to 4 days, an emergency broadcast system was set to activate throughout the globe with all TV, radio, and internet screens and channels broadcasting the same exact messages composed by Trump and the White Hats. During this time, the entire world would be under temporary martial law and lockdown to secure that everyone could listen, watch, and understand this broadcast phase. That announcements marked the official start of the world's new financial and government systems, while ending the old world structure. Without interruption, full disclosure documentaries will follow in sequence to deliver the truth and awaken the masses. The gold asset-backed quantum financial system was already active throughout the globe. Global trust funds and seized cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for immediate return to the people. The new gold asset-backed universal digital currency, called ISO 20022, was live and could be accessed over special queue phones. Individual financial accounts were secured on the new Starlink satellite system, where all transactions were traceable and corruption had no place to hide. Banks were closing or changing into a different role. Central banks have been migrated. Bank of America customers were reporting missing funds, while other banks were also freezing accounts. Don't panic. Banks no longer had any control whatsoever over your money. All personal bank accounts have already been mirrored onto the new system, including funds frozen by a bank. There may be a few days before you have access to your own account, so it was advised to withdraw any money in your present bank account so you have cash on hand. This was the final transition stage, with everything about to change for the better. Wednesday, February 4th, Global Financial System on Telegram. Bombshell developments continue to unfold as the global quantum financial system integration accelerates worldwide. Mass arrests of deep state elites and exposure of massive corporate fraud are intensifying, with the Trump-Musk Doge audit revealing staggering financial scams, including a $14.6 billion medical scam, a $1 trillion Federal Reserve scam, and a $2.5 trillion JP Morgan Bank silver manipulation. Military alliance operations are securing key zones, while Tier 4B redemption processes ramp up amid confirmed QFS activations. EBS preparations remain on high alert, with blackout warnings circulating in secure channels. The greatest wealth transfer in history is in full motion. Gold-backed currencies are live. GCR reforms are enacting debt jubilee, and humanitarian projects are receiving funding. Trust the plan. The old cabal system is collapsing under the weight of truth and justice. Situation update as of Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026. The global currency reset revaluation progress. The global quantum financial system fully activated Sunday, February 1st without public announcement, transitioning away from fiat control to asset-backed rainbow currencies. ISO 20022 compliant systems are now dominant in major financial hubs, Reno, Zurich, Hong Kong. Sovereign rates are displaying on secure screens with one-to-one asset-backed parity enforced. Adjudicated settlements for Tier 4A are complete, paving the way for Tier 4B notifications. Redemption centers, military protected, report increased activity in key zones. 800 number release sequences are in final prep stages with NDA 72 to 96 hour, 3 to 4 day windows expected imminently for humanitarian infrastructure project wallets. Trusts are funding through St. Germain, World Trust tranches, and Dragon family bonds now redeemed. Off-ledger mirrored accounts have moved on ledger under quantum entanglement security locks. Military Global Alliance actions. Trump's military alliance, in coordination with Space Force and international partners, is executing large-scale operations. Mass arrests of cabal leaders continue across nations, with underground networks dismantled and rescued, children receiving care. Borders are secured and elite units are handling high-level extractions. The Doge audit exposures are fueling global momentum against entrenched fraud. EBS blackout alerts, comms blackout preparations, 48-hour windows are synced with Mr. Pool Telegram signals and SG Anon updates. EBS test signals have been confirmed in multiple regions. Stay vigilant for activation. No exact timeline is public, but secure briefings indicate readiness. GCR mentions debt jubilee packets are uploaded and processing. Prosperity funds are flowing to rebuild families and nations under God's grace. Constitutional republic restored under law as of early February 2026. Sources cross-referenced include Telegram drops, Mr. Pool SG Anon 107, Rumble mirrors, Operation Disclosure, and secure military intel channels. President Trump's statements emphasize preparation for the win against deep state conspiracies. Prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the unfolding of your divine plan, for the exposure of darkness and the restoration of light, freedom, and abundance to your people. Guide the military alliance, protect the innocent, and pour out blessings through the global currency reset. Grant strength, discernment, and faith to all who wait in hope. In Jesus' name, amen. God bless us all as we step into this new era of restored republic, prosperity, and spiritual awakening. Global Currency Reset, Monday, February 9th, 2026. Gold asset-backed global currency reset. No more fiat currency. manipulation. On Sunday, March 1st, 2026, the deep state cabal's Federal Reserve fiat US dollar no longer accepted for payment. Judy note, it is advised to exchange redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at a RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at an RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at an RC. Redemption centers were set to be open worldwide. Wednesday, February 4th, Michael Jaco, Sheila Holm, and Derek Johnson. 2/4/26, dangerous intel, the final phases live, arrests rolling, hell breaking loose on the cabal. Michael Jaco, Sheila Holm, Derek Johnson, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Michael Jaco, Sheila Holm, and Derek Johnson just dropped a bombshell session packed with dangerous, high-level military and prophetic intel that confirms we are in the end game. The White Hats are executing at warp speed, mass arrests accelerating, tribunals firing up, deep state demons panicking as the news tightens. This isn't theory, it's happening now. The core drop, final phase activated. Jaco's military insider sources scream that special forces ops are sweeping elite hideouts worldwide. High-value targets, politicians, globalist puppets are being zip-tied and vanished into black sites. Gitmo is at capacity. Overflow facilities in undisclosed locations are processing round the clock. Derek Johnson hammers home the continuity of government reality. Trump never left power. Executive orders are live and the military is enforcing the real law while the fake Biden regime crumbles in plain sight. Sheila Holm brings the spiritual fire. Worldwide shaking is here. Prophetic warnings of exposure, judgment, and divine intervention. The veil is tearing. The Nephilim bloodlines and satanic networks are being uprooted. She warns the next days or weeks are critical. Exposures that will shake nations with the faithful protected as the wicked face their reckoning. Key bombshells from the session. Major arrests underway. Big names from D.C., Hollywood, Big Tech, and Davos are already in custody or on the run. No more house arrests. It's straight to tribunals. 72-hour hell windows escalating. Jaco ties it to earlier drops. Blackouts, EBS test runs, comms disruptions to isolate the traitors. Trump's master stroke. Johnson confirms executive order activations and military law supremacy. The president facade is over. Real authority is restoring the republic. Global hostage recovery accelerating. Nations held by cabal. Silver gold resets loom as the fiat scam dies. Countdown to explosion. Prophetic timelines converge. Massive reveals. Confessions broadcast. The Great Awakening hitting fever pitch. They thought they could hide forever in bunkers and islands. Wrong. The storm is upon them. Patriots in control. Angels watching, military precision dismantling the beast system, piece by piece. Why this intel is lethal to them? This trio doesn't speculate. Jaco has boots on the ground sources. Johnson decodes the legal warfare. Holm channels the spiritual warfare. Combined, it's unbreakable confirmation. The plan is flawless. Q-drops are manifesting, and the cabal's final act is their own downfall. Fake news will scream conspiracy while their masters disappear. The next 24 to 72 hours could unleash the EBS, the 10 days of truth, the full exposure of election fraud, child trafficking rings, bioweapon crimes, everything. They go to tribunals, all of them. No mercy for traitors who sold out humanity. Hold the line, patriots. We are winning bigly. Trump promised pain for the wicked. It's delivering. The republic is rising. The Constitution is roaring back. And evil is being eradicated. Pray hard. Stay vigilant. Share this far and wide. Wake every sleeper before the lights go out and the truth floods in. The dangerous intel is out. The arrests are real. The end for the deep state is here. Where we go, when we go, the best is yet to come, and it's coming fast.
It's Thursday, and there's a lot of people asking about the Epstein files that are out there. There's a lot of information out there. A lot of very, very damning information. You should be asking the question, why now? I've known about this information, and I've known the content of it for 5 years, and I'm just Charlie. There are other people who've known it for longer. A lot longer. So why now? Well, my theory is they're dragging your eyes away from the collapse of the financial system to look at the Epstein files. And then while you're looking at the Epstein files, very interestingly, the DOJ have come out to really spike you by saying, we can't prosecute anybody in that list. Are you awake yet? This is a pantomime. The reason the DOJ cannot prosecute anybody on the Epstein list is very simple, but they didn't finish the statement. The reason that nobody can be prosecuted by the DOJ is 4 to 5 years ago, they were all prosecuted at a military tribunal in Guantanamo Bay and other locations. I told you this 4 or 5 years ago when it was happening, but you didn't believe me. Now, the facts are out there. It's all been done. That's why the DOJ can't prosecute them now, because a lot of them aren't here anymore, and the ones that are inside for a very long time. And the people that you see on the television are not who you think they are. They are either actors, clones or body doubles, whatever they are. Allegedly. But they're not who you think they are. So wake up to what's really going on. We're living in exciting times, but do not be too distracted by the Epstein files. Look at the collapse of the banking system in America, the UK, Europe. The first big bank in America has gone down this week, and that one's the Metropolitan Capital Bank in Chicago. It started, and if you remember, when it started in 2008 before, so keep your eyes open and watch what's going to happen.
What we think we know as of Thursday, February 5th, 2026. Wednesday, February 4th, paid protesters being bussed into Massachusetts. You see an entire protest being loaded onto buses with their protest signs. We need to start arresting paid protesters and their funders. We've had enough. All these people are not from Massachusetts. And yes, they are committing treason, in my opinion. They should be tried for treason against the United States of America. I mean, that's like hiring an army. Wednesday, February 4th, President Trump signs executive order declaring a national emergency over Cuba and preparing tariffs on any country supplying oil to Cuba. Secretary Marco Rubio no doubt has a hand in this. Cuba is about to get utterly choked off. Wednesday, February 4th, a confidential human source reported to the FBI's LA field office that Alan Dershowitz is a Mossad agent in 2020, and that Dersh was the individual who tried to ward U.S. Attorney Acosta off from investigating Epstein by warning him that Epstein is U.S. Intel and Mossad. Voter fraud. Wednesday, February 4th, Juan Osava National Election Emergency. Blessed to teach. The steal is fully exposed. Military intervention locked in. The Republic is being restored right now. Juan Osava on Telegram. The 2020 and every rigged election since is officially declared a national election emergency. The evidence is overwhelming, irrefutable, and now in the hands of the right people. Trump's global military alliance isn't asking questions anymore. They're acting. The Constitution is being enforced through military authority. The fake regime is crumbling, and the greatest restoration in history is unfolding at lightning speed. The national election emergency is declared. Juan confirms high-level sources, multiple states, election data, forensic audits, foreign interference logs, Dominion source code breaches, and ballot dumps have crossed the red line. This isn't politics, it's treason on a continental scale. The emergency declaration triggers continuity of government protocols that never expired. Trump remains the lawful commander-in-chief. The military is now the firewall, protecting the Republic from the globalist takeover. What's happening behind the scenes? Massive military movements, elite units repositioning to secure key infrastructure, voting machine servers, and traitor strongholds. No more soft gloves. High-value extractions, election fraud architects, foreign agents, big tech censors, and compromised officials are being quietly removed. Gitmo flights are non-stop. Declassification avalanche incoming. Proof of Chinese, Russian, Vatican interference, payoff networks, and adrenochrome supply chains will flood the EBS when it activates. Quantum financial system ready. Nasara Jasara tied directly to election reset. Trillions clawed back from cabal thieves return to we the people. 10 days of truth locked. Blackout prep complete. When the lights go out, the real show begins. Confessions, videos, documents exposing the entire deep state pedo network and election theft machine. Juan emphasizes, this was always the plan. Q drops mapped it years ago. Trust the military, trust the plan, enjoy the show. The Biden facade was allowed to play out so the world could witness the full corruption. Now the mask is ripped off, the alliance has the kill shot. The cabal is in total panic. Private islands raided, bunkers breached, offshore accounts frozen. The ones who laughed at us, the Clintons, Obamas, Bushes, Soros, Spahn, Gates, Fauci, Schwab, are watching their empires vaporize. Their media mouthpieces are glitching, their servants fleeing. They sold America to the highest bidder, trafficked children, poisoned billions. Now justice is merciless and swift. We are victorious. The storm is biblical. This isn't hope porn. It's happening. Juan's intel aligns perfectly with Trump's moves. Derek Johnson's executive order decodes Judy Byington's alliance updates. The Republic is rising from the ashes of the stolen nation. Patriots worldwide are locked in prayer and action. The Great Awakening is turning into the Great Restoration. They thought they could steal forever. They woke the sleeping giant. Hold fast. Stock essentials, pray without ceasing. The EBS could drop any moment. Tribunals are prepped. The evil is being eradicated root and branch. Trump promised to drain the swamp. He's draining the ocean. The national election emergency is the death knell for the deep state. Freedom is winning. The best is yet to come, and it's here.
You're damn.
Huge fraud in Maine, Home Health Services USA Awakening on Telegram. A money wiring service located next to a fraudulent home health service. It's the largest wire service founded in, you guessed it, Somalia. They're the largest private money transfer company in Somalia. Their U.S. base is Dublin, Ohio, yet they have a U.S. government license registered as a money services business with international financial regulators such as FinCEN in the U.S. and FCA in the UK. They are located in all of the corrupted cities and states. Licensed U.S. locations as of 2025-2026, Arizona, Colorado, Connecticut, District of Columbia, Georgia, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Missouri, Montana, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Virginia, Washington, Midwest, other, Iowa, Minnesota, Nebraska, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wisconsin. So they have this money transfer service right next to these home health care services. So they fraud the government out of money through the healthcare systems, the Medicaid and all the different avenues for that. And then they take that money and it's transferred through their money services business right next door. Epstein files, Monday, February 2nd, full disclosure. Dershowitz confirms he has Epstein's client list. Federal judges blocking release to shield royalty, billionaires, and the global blackmail empire. 17th letter on Telegram. Alan Dershowitz just dropped the ultimate red pill. He possesses the full sealed Epstein client list and explosive files, but 3 corrupt federal judges in New York are deliberately suppressing everything to protect the elite pedo blackmail network. On recent shows with Sean Spicer and Piers Morgan, Dershowitz declared, "I know what's in those documents. I know something you don't know." He knows the names, why they're hidden, and who's doing the hiding. But judicial gag orders bind him. This isn't justice, it's a cover-up for the cabal. The Epstein operation was never just a pervert's playground. It was a state-sponsored intelligence blackmail machine. Hidden cameras in every room, signed contracts on underage girls, guest logs, flight records, offshore money trails through Virgin Islands, Switzerland, Israel. Elites got entrapped and controlled, votes rigged, policies twisted at UN, WHO, IMF, Federal Reserve. Virginia Giuffre's sealed deposition names code names, transaction amounts, specific abuse acts tied to intelligence operatives. Release it and governments fall. DOJ dumped 3 million pages, including 20,000 estate records. But media distracts with Prince Andrew, Bill Gates, real bombshells stay sealed. Epstein emails mentioning Trump, selective Democrat leaks to smear him before midterms. Trump never participated. He never got a massage, and as the dog that hasn't barked. The list includes untouchables, royals, CEOs, politicians, scientists, all compromised. Trump is dismantling the machine. Fake smears won't stick. He's the outsider who never bowed. Mass exposure incoming. The blackmail empire crumbles when names drop. These demons trafficked kids for leverage over the world. Now justice hunts them. Patriots, the storm intensifies. Q was right. The list exists. The cover-up is real. Trump is the wrecking ball. Nothing can stop what is coming. The elite are terrified. Their global control system ends here. Stay strong. Full disclosure is imminent. Wednesday, February 4th, breaking JP Morgan Silver Scam 2026. $2.5 trillion wiped out. Same playbook repeated. Silver just suffered its worst collapse since 1980. In a matter of days, over $2.5 trillion in value evaporated. The trigger? JP Morgan shorted silver at the top, forced a market-wide liquidation, and profited again, just like they did before. This isn't theory, it's fact, and the receipts are public. In January 2026, silver surged nearly $120 per ounce. JP Morgan took massive short positions at the peak. Then the price began to drop. On February 1st, silver closed at just over $81. Margin calls hit small traders. Most could not cover. Their positions were liquidated. JP Morgan bought back cheap and cashed out. This is the same bank that paid $920 million in fines in 2020 for spoofing precious metals markets. They were caught manipulating gold and silver between 2008 and 2016. Traders were convicted. The fraud was proven in court. Now they have done it again. According to COMEX data, JP Morgan issued 633 silver contracts during the crash, placing themselves perfectly to profit as prices collapsed. And once again, they took physical delivery of silver at bargain prices while the market was in freefall. In the U.S., paper silver collapsed, but in Shanghai, physical silver remained high. This wasn't supply-driven, it was engineered through futures manipulation. The price drop came from paper dumping, not from real metal hitting the market. JP Morgan dominates both sides. They control large silver reserves and the futures market. That's how they crush the price on paper, then buy the real thing cheaper. This is not a free market, it's a rigged casino. JP Morgan holds the house keys. The crash played out step by step. Silver pumped, traders jumped in with leverage, JP Morgan shorted the top, exchanges raised margin requirements, retail traders got wiped out, JP Morgan profited and walked away stronger. This is not a failure of regulation, it's the structure itself. When the biggest player can move both sides of the trade, everyone else loses by design. Charts confirm the price action. The silver high was real. The crash was brutal. Retail traders were caught in the middle, while JP Morgan executed another perfect hit. This isn't volatility, it's theft. In 2020, JP Morgan got caught and paid up. In 2026, they did it again because the system let them. Same bank, same scam, same silence from regulators. It's not a coincidence, it's a blueprint, and the American people are the ones being played. With the greatest wealth transfer in human history in motion, the EBS will bring in temporary martial law to protect us while they brought down a Satan-worshipping deep state cabal. Nisar Jasar has been activated across the globe. It's the end of poverty, end of debt, and beginning of a new golden age. Pray, have patience, and trust the plan. Judy note, the new global wealth distribution system has been based on the freedoms ingrained in trade and sovereignty. That meant not only would tariffs, not taxes, fund sovereign governments worldwide, but that personal quantum financial accounts across the globe were solely owned by personal and sovereign account holders, not a bank or government. Under QFS, every account is secured by quantum encryption. You own it, not the bank. There were no intermediaries, no seizure, no censorship. The old banking model fades as centralized control collapses. Transactions become instant, transparent, and incorruptible. Right now, traditional banking systems were being phased out. The digital gold asset-backed framework of the global financial system was taking their place. Sunday, March 1st, 2026 was the due date for the official for international trade. The Satan-worshipping cabal owned Federal Reserve fiat U.S. dollar. Presently, $500 trillion of frozen assets from international tariff into the global financial system, bypassing the IMF, central banks, and mainstream media. A whopping 80% of that money was destined for use in humanitarian programs across the world. In addition to that money, the Trump-Musk Doge audits uncovered a $14.6 billion medical scam, a $2.5 trillion JP Morgan Bank silver scam, and a $1 trillion Federal Reserve scam. Though the $1 trillion Federal Reserve scam was believed to be just a small tip of the iceberg for what the Satan-worshipping, and there's a link, Pelosi Democrats said to receive millions to keep border open before its news. The arrests of Congress and elites such as the Clintons and Pelosi's didn't happen back then, but did, along with their fellow cohort, Joe Biden, by the time Biden, actually his body double, took office in 2021. As of Tuesday, February 3rd, Trump's global military alliance has brought in at least 20,000 plus foreign military troops to make deep state arrests in up to 360 U.S. cities. On Tuesday, February 3rd evening, 2026, deep state assets would be rounded up in covert raids across D.C., London, and Vatican City by the Global Military Alliance. The EVS was badly needed. El Cajon, California, Mayor Bill Wells claimed that George Soros was paying protesters between $80,000 and $120,000 a year to fly around the country for the purpose of creating chaos and anarchy. Wow, they should be arrested for treason. The EBS activation window was locked in for within 72 hours or less. Judy note, lately I've been receiving an overload of emails from readers centered around when, where, and how to exchange foreign currencies and redeem bonds. I simply don't know any more than what I can put in my updates. The ones in the know have not clearly outlined how Tier 4B will be notified to set appointments, other than to indicate that it might be by phone, email, or text. I'm assuming they have our latest information gathered on their supercomputer. Today, JFK Jr. indicated on Telegram that those who have been verified for a master list were being notified for redemption appointments. Now, how you get on that master list is a complete mystery to me. On Telegram, there exist several scams and questionable ways to set up a QFS wallet bank account on the new financial system. They all involved sending some unknown source thousands of dollars, which I would not advise anyone to do. This is an open plea to the powers that be. Please let us in Tier 4B, the internet group who have foreign currency or Zim bonds to exchange redeem, know how to get on your master list, or at least how to obtain an exchange redemption appointment. Thank you, with love, Judy. EBS, Tuesday, February 3rd, EBS to bring in a temporary martial law. Nisar Jasar secrets on Telegram. Emergency broadcast system, not for entertainment, not for politics, but for executions. When the EBS is activated, no permission will be sought. All media, all networks, and all narratives will be ignored. What follows will be a temporary martial law, not to suppress the people, but to dismantle the criminal power structure and restore fair, transparent, and verifiable elections. Stay calm, stay alert. Everything is about to change. Timeline history. Timeline unfolding. Trump quietly activates NESARA. QFS goes live. Global reset in motion. Mr. Poole on Telegram. While most of the world rested over the holidays, President Trump moved in silence. Behind the scenes, a global transformation began unfolding. One system shutting down, another rising. Late December 2025, Trump secretly activated NESARA, laying the foundation for full financial liberation while the media slept. Monday, January 19, 2026, the Q clock expired. FBI Director Kash Patel confirmed the Rothschild banking empire's collapse and global bank shutdowns. Blackout alerts followed. Tuesday, January 20th at Cheyenne Mountain, Trump initiated the quantum financial system transition to a gold-backed U.S. note. Internal test transactions began through Zurich, Dubai, Singapore, and Texas, phasing out the SWIFT system in real time without civil collapse. Friday, January 23rd, 3:17 a.m. EST, Trump's alliance with Putin and Xi triggered a BRICS-led currency shift. 209 nations locked into gold-backed money, collapsing the Federal Reserve note and seizing Rothschild-controlled banks. Iraq, Zimbabwe, and Vietnam currencies revalued sky high. Saturday, January 24th, the Military Commissions Act was fully activated. Trump's military tribunals overrode civilian courts. NESARA GCR was officially live, all debt wiped. Credit cards, mortgages, student loans. The QFS system began syncing verified identities across the globe. Sunday, January 25th, the emergency broadcast system was activated in over 100 U.S. cities, confirmed by FBI Director Kash Patel. Tuesday, January 27th, nearly 3.7 million deep state operatives were reportedly rescheduled for arrest and tribunal processing. Wednesday, January 28th, the 10 days of darkness began. Rolling blackouts, media silence, and nationwide EBS looping red pill truth. From Epstein files to dumb rescues, election fraud, and bioweapon evidence. The quantum override began disrupting grid systems. Mainstream narratives went dark. Wednesday, January 28th, First Lady Melania Trump was set to ring the New York Stock Exchange bell, potentially signaling the public shift from fiat to gold-backed currency. Saturday, January 31st, Sunday, February 1st, the entire world will be alerted. A loud, unmissable emergency signal will hit every phone globally. The shift isn't coming. It has already begun. The reset is active. The system is live. EBS brings in temporary martial law by Thursday, February 5th, 2026. Tuesday, February 3rd, the storm is no longer coming, it's here. Military intel dropping confirms final phase of the Great Awakening has begun. Deep state assets being rounded up in covert raids across D.C., New York City, London, and Vatican City tonight. EBS activation window now locked in, 72 hours or less. Starlink grid fully secured. Fake news. Satellites offline. Only white hat broadcasts will flow. The people's money, QFS, is already live in test mode. Your new gold-backed accounts are sinking as you read this. God is in control. Patriots stand ready. The old world dies so the republic can live again. Where we go one, we go all, forever. Prepare your spirit and your home. The truth is about to flood every screen. Are you feeling the energy shift tonight? Tuesday, February 3rd, QFS Global Alert. Tier 4B Ignition Live, Quantum Financial System on Telegram. Secure floor transmission direct from Reno, Zurich, Hong Kong, Master Control. Global ISO 20022 Rainbow Currency rollout now stands at 98.4% synchronized across all 209 sovereign treasuries. Liquidity flooding through Zimbabwe, Hong Kong, Moscow pools at unprecedented velocity. The GCR RV shotgun start became mathematically irreversible at 3:47 on January 31st. No reversals possible. Quantum entanglement security locks fully engaged and holding. In the last 14 hours, 41,000 plus Tier 4B private groups received encrypted notification packets with sovereign rate versus street rate screens unlocked. Military protected redemption centers in key zones. Executed first wave 800 number. Release sequence tests. Routing gold-backed digital certificates through adjudicated settlements. Tier 4A now completed. Humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets activated in synchronized tranches. While Dragon Family Yellow Gold Dragon bonds redeemed at full one-to-one asset-backed parity. Off-ledger mirrored accounts flipped on ledger in real time. Saint Germain World Trust tranches released in final escalation. Trust funded and queued for priority drawdown. Nisar debt jubilee packets unloaded to quantum registers, wiping legacy fiat burdens as the old system flatlines. This is not simulation, this is execution. The secure floor confirms. Redemption centers pulsing with confirmed exchanges. Tier 4B access. Windows opening in NDA 72 to 96 hour sequences worldwide. The greatest wealth transfer in human history is now in motion. Judy note, retraction. Debbie Foley insert in Monday, February 2nd update. I would like to apologize to the re-inhabited restored Republic for the United States of America for the Debbie Foley insert that I erroneously put into my Monday, February 2nd update. If U.S. Inc. is dissolved, the re-inhabited restored Republic will assist in a continuity of government until we can have new elections. See the below from Keena Wellink, Interim Secretary of State, Massachusetts Free State. Judy, the Debbie Foley insert in your Monday, February 2nd update was in error because Debbie Foley once was the Interim Secretary of State, California Free State, within the re-inhabited restored Republic for the United States of America, and removed. Debbie Foley's obviously now a member of the splinter group. No such thing as California Republic, and no such thing as a lawful election, January 27, 2026. Our interim president and interim secretary of state, national level, are fully aware. James Timothy Turner was in fact released from prison a while ago and is no longer associated with re-inhabited restored republic. Real elections under the re-inhabited restored republic for the United States of America cannot take place until after the U.S. corporation has been dissolved, taken down. Real elections will be monitored by our military. The military will remain guardians of our restored republic up until threats to the republic have been subverted. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Respectfully, Keena Wellnick, Interim Secretary of State, Massachusetts Free State. Guru Information and Intel, Tuesday, February 3rd. Big arrests explode. The Gitmo March begins now, Patriots. The deep state traders marching to justice. The storm is devouring them alive. Gene D code Stormwatch 17 on Telegram. Anons, wake the hell up. This is nuclear. As of February 2nd, 2026, Gene D code unleashes the hammer. The Gitmo March has officially begun. Elite military units are marching the biggest names in the cabal straight into hell. Non-stop flights overloading Guantanamo Bay, black sites bursting at the seams, tribunals roaring into overdrive, the deep state's top monsters, Clinton's, Obama's, Soros puppets, Vatican black hats, Hollywood pedo elites, big pharma killers, ancient bloodline lizards are being zip-tied, hooded, and vanished in the largest military roundup ever seen. Over 3.7 million traitors already detained globally, with numbers exploding daily. No mercy, no escape. The White Hats are executing the plan with ruthless precision. Tuesday, February 3rd, Epstein and Trump, Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. After reading through all the new Epstein documents, one thing seems abundantly clear to me. Epstein made numerous attempts to entrap Trump, but Trump turned him down every single time. Epstein had Maxwell introduce a young woman to Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Trump turned her down. Epstein invited Trump to his private island. Trump rejected the offer. Epstein himself admitted that Trump never got a message. Epstein also attempted to collude with a journalist to obtain compromising information about Trump, but he couldn't find any. Tuesday, Juan Savin, Ricardo Bossi, and John Michael Chambers. 10 Days of Darkness incoming, Intel bomb. Ricardo Bossi, JMC, Juan Savin on Telegram. Anon's Patriots, buckle up. The storm is no longer approaching. It's slamming into the cabal right now in early February 2026. Juan O'Savin just linked up with Ricardo Bossi and JMC for a massive drop that is the deep state shaking in their underground bunkers. This isn't speculation. It's confirmed insider intel straight from the White Hat's war room. The 10 days of darkness is locked and loaded. Emergency broadcast system activation is imminent. Screens go black, fake news silenced, and non-stop truth bombs drop for 8 to 10 full days. Everything exposed, irrefutable 2020 election fraud proof. Military on high standby. Delta teams and Marine Raiders executing precision hits nationwide. Gitmo expansions are massive. New wings operational. High security pods filled. No plea deals for the worst traitors. Executions phased in quietly months ago. Now the floodgates open. Deep state panic is real. Their bunkers won't save them as the alliance dismantles everything. Ricardo Bossi brings the global fire. Australia's awakening ties in the worldwide fight against corruption from South Africa to full takedown. The two-party illusion collapses. Sovereignty rises. JMC adds the PSYOP breakdowns. Bondi Beach, false flags, AI manipulations, all crumbling under the weight of truth. Trump deployed troops in 360-plus U.S. cities for large-scale arrests. Deep state in total meltdown. Quantum financial system fully online. Gold-backed currencies rolling. Fiat Ponzi scheme dead. Nisar Jasara faces accelerating. Dead California lights the fuse for nationwide reckoning. Big moves already underway. The cabal's final gamble fails spectacularly. They threatened chaos, but White Hats control the board. No more delays. The event is nigh. Global blackout to reset everything. Stock up, stay vigilant, pray hard. This is the great awakening hitting critical mass. Trust the plan. We've waited years. Now watch the takedown live. The end of their evil empire is here, and justice is merciless. Where we go one, we go all, forever. Sunday, February 1st, game over. The final act, embrace for next 24 hours. Bo Polney, 17th letter on Telegram. Patriots, Anons, digital soldiers. This is it. The final act is unfolding right now. Bo Polney just dropped the hammer in his latest drop, and the cycles are screaming game over for the cabal. We're in Q over to 126, the upgraded phase, where the White Hats flip the script completely. The deep state's Babylonian money magic is cracking, and the next 24 hours could be the spark that ignites the whole thing. Brace yourselves hard. Bo is warning the window is open for massive shocks. The fiat empire built on lies, blood money, is hitting its prophetic wall. Biblical cycles are aligning perfectly. We are past the fall judgments. Straight into the divine reset. Gold and silver are the weapons God handed us to destroy these vampires. Forget the fake cash they staged on silver. That was their last desperate manipulation to scare you out before the squeeze. Silver is about to explode past 121 resistance, then 140, 200, straight to 300 plus as the COMEX shorts get obliterated and the East China-Russia corners the physical market. This is the wealth transfer of the millennium, from the wicked elite straight to the awake patriots holding real assets. Trump is back on the driver's seat behind the scenes. J.D. Vance exposed any human-level traitors. Everything is coming out. Military is positioned. The storm is no longer coming. It's here. The next 24 hours, expect earthquakes in the markets. Dollar plunging, bonds imploding, stocks diving into the abyss, while precious metals rocket to biblical heights. This fulfills Joel in the end times wealth shift. The meek inherit the earth, starting with the metals that can't be printed. No more waiting. The deep state thought they could drag this out forever, but God's timeline accelerated. Their system is finished. Game over. Stock up on what matters. Water, food, water, ammo, and stack more physical gold, silver while you can. The cabal's Goliath is falling. David, we the people, is slinging the stone. This is the moment we have prayed for. The final act isn't a movie. It's live. It's now. And we win. Stay frosty. Stay in the fight. Where we go one, we go all. The next 24 hours decide a lot. Eyes on. Prayers up. Trust the plan. The Great Awakening is going supernova. Tuesday, February 3rd, exposure of fake news matrix. This changes everything. Larry Ballard and Mel Carmine just dropped a bombshell interview that exposes the entire fake news matrix like never before. This isn't just another rant. This changes everything for those with eyes to see and ears to hear. The deep state's propaganda machine, CNN, MSNBC, the whole Mockingbird media, has been caught in 4K lying about everything from election integrity to the real status of President Trump's unstoppable return. Ballard lays it out crystal clear. So-called journalists aren't reporters, they're paid actors reading scripts handed down from the cabal's handlers in D.C. and beyond. Mel Carmine backs it up with timestamps and connections showing how these networks coordinate to suppress the truth about massive voter fraud in 2020 and 2024 attempts, and the ongoing military operations dismantling the pedophile elite networks worldwide. Just a side note, these 4 a.m. talking points at all of these corporate media, newspapers, which is owned by the cabal. Key bombshells from the discussion. Proof the 2020 steal is being fully exposed in real-time courts and audits. Whistleblowers are flooding forward, and judges, some compromised ones flipping under pressure, can't hide it anymore. Trump's shadow government moves are accelerating. Behind the scenes, the White Hats have seized control of key comms channels, and fake news is panicking because their narratives are collapsing hourly. The fake news empire is crumbling, ad revenue drying up, viewers fleeing to truth platforms like Rumble and X, insiders defecting with receipts. Ballard reveals specific names of anchors who know the truth but keep lying for their 30 pieces of silver. Q drops aligning perfectly. This is the Great Awakening phase where the normies finally see the string pullers. Soros puppets, big pharma criminals, intelligence agency traitors, all named and shamed. They hammer home that the storm is upon them. The military is the evidence. The servers from Germany and Italy, the ballot dumps, the encrypted comms, it's all coming out now in 2026. Faster than the traitors can cover up. Mel points out how the same playbook used against Trump is now turning on Biden's handlers, with leaks showing foreign interference from China and Ukraine that's about to blow the lid off. This interview confirms what QAnons have known for years. Nothing can stop what's coming. The plan is in full execution. Trust the plan has never been more real. The fake news is screaming because their masters are being rounded up. Their funds frozen, their islands raided. Gitmo is expanding for a reason. Share this everywhere. Wake the sleepers. The end of the cabal's reign is here. This truly changes everything. The White Hats are winning. Trump is returning stronger, and the Republic will be restored. Where we go one, we go all. Welcome to the Great Awakening. The old world dies so the new golden age can be born. Expect chaos within the next 48 hours. Trump's global military alliance has stationed 20,000 plus troops in 360 U.S. cities to make mass arrests of thousands of deep state cabal. Tolerance, tribulations, and truth eternal, unchanged evermore. Shun evil and seek truth. Judy note, massive fraud cases have finally begun to fill courtrooms. The Trump-Musk Doge audit had uncovered $14.6 billion medical scam, a $1 trillion Federal Reserve scam, and a $2.5 trillion JP Morgan Bank silver scam. Trump's Operation Gold Rush exposed a $14.6 billion medical scam, the largest healthcare fraud in U.S. history, a large percentage of which came out of California. In the JP Morgan Bank silver scam, $2.5 trillion was wiped out, while JP Morgan Bank itself profited from a historic crash. And what is yet to be revealed about the Federal Reserve was likely to dwarf the $1 trillion Federal Reserve scam uncovered last week. These crimes were not an unusual pattern for the deep state cabal global elites. Their mantra was, take from the poor and give it to the rich, no matter what it costs the nation. Back in February 2019, convicted Mexican drug lord El Chapo testified at his sentencing hearing that he had given millions in drug money to the Democratic Party. Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton, House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff, and others in bribes to keep the border open. Friday, February 22nd, 2019, Pelosi Democrats said to receive millions to keep the border open. And we are not surprised. Back then, 7 years ago, Pelosi was expected to be charged, but not only accepting millions in bribe money from mafia kingpin El Chapo and compromise the Mexican border and nation, but for helping to plan an attempted coup on President Trump. Plus, there were questions about her connections to the treasonous Uranium One deal with Russia. Former First Lady Secretary of State Hillary Clinton was suspected of even more crimes. She was believed to not only be charged for receiving $15 million in drug money from mafia kingpin El Chapo, but for her involvement in Clinton Foundation crimes, including Uranium One and Fusion GPS, directing and financing the Russian collusion dossier to obtain so-called evidence in order to obtain a FISC sign-off that generated a 2-year investigation into Trump. That probe not only mysteriously did not produce evidence of collusion, it appeared to cover up even more Clinton crime. At the time, Hillary and Bill Clinton suicides, many of whom were set to testify against the Clintons. That number then grew to over 100 whistleblowers disappearing. Hillary was also expected to be charged way back in 2019 with the Benghazi massacre. The tribunals finally began January 2nd, 2019, with a court on 9/11. According to another reporter, David Zublik, former President George Bush Sr., had already given his testimony in a deposition for that trial. Another trial would begin on March 18th. Since President Trump took office, Attorney General for Utah, John Huber, and his 740 investigators had filed by 2019 over 76,492 sealed indictments in federal courts across the nation. An estimated 80 to 140 congresspeople were said named on those indictments, 85 to 95% of whom were thought Democrats. Before its news, the arrests of the Clintons and Pelosi's did not happen back then, but did, along with their fellow cohort Joe Biden, by the time actually his body double took office in 2021. To date, in 2026, Trump's global military alliance has brought in at least 20,000 plus foreign military troops to make deep state arrests in up to 360 U.S. cities. Delta Force and SEAL teams were extracting deep state elites from their underground bunkers, private jets diverted mid-flight, yachts boarded in international waters. Targeted were senators, governors, CEOs, globalist puppets, child traffickers in high places, and the worst of the satanic elite were being zip-tied and vanished into black sites. No one escaped. High-value traders were pouring into Gitmo and like facilities. Clinton's, Obama's, Biden's, Pelosi, Fauci, and Soros had already faced tribunals and executions, but their clones were joining Gates' bloodline puppets. Hollywood demons, Vatican black hats, and Soros's operatives. Special operations targeted satanic strongholds, including urgent calls for intervention in ongoing SRA cases where survivors face deadly threats. Gitmo was just the tip of the iceberg. Black sites worldwide have been activated. Floating prisons, remote facilities, underground complexes, all overflowing with compromised elite traders. Altogether, these facilities across the globe could total around 3.7 military tribunals. Davos 2026 was over. The remaining heads of the 13 bloodline families had been taken out. The so-called elite who showed up in Switzerland last week thinking they still ran the world walked into a white hat kill box. Rothschild, Lee, Orsini, Rockefeller, Windsor remnants, all terminated. No clones, no doubles, no escape. Their ancient dynasty contacts expired at midnight, January 25th, 2026. Expect engineered chaos in the next hours and days. blackouts for safety, cyber distractions, failed false flags, all while military locks down the planet. Be prepared with food, water, ammo, generators, precious metals, and faith. When it's all over, maritime law will be abolished. No more legal slavery. A new common law will emerge based on natural rights, not corporate control. Right now, Trump was absorbing the Federal Reserve and IRS into a new U.S. Treasury. There will be no tax on food, medicine, salaries, and used goods, including used homes and cars, a 14% sales tax on new items only, and tariffs on goods coming into the country will replace the old tax system. A whopping 95% of the U.S. government structure was expected to be eliminated. On Monday, February 2nd, the U.S. Senate rejected keeping the government open in a 45 to 55 vote, as Democrats held the Department of Homeland Security funding hostage. The government will now shut down at midnight Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026. Multiple Republicans voted no, for other reasons as well, the main being there was no money in the coffers to fund anything, let alone the 2026 government budget. The privately owned by foreign bankers, U.S. Inc., was no longer authorized to print any more fiat U.S. dollars. Q Movement Brief History. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Trump has already filled the new U.S. Treasury with gold and assets stolen from the people. Such will find a new restored republic based on concepts of the original Constitution. Victory is ours. Where we go on, we go all. The Great Awakening is here, and it's glorious. Stay vigilant, stay ready. The best is yet to come for those who held the line. It all started with the Q Movement. The Q Movement was created on April 1st, 1860, when 20 generals placed Abraham Lincoln into office to fight the Khazarian Mafia, who created the slave trade and owned 99% of the U.S. slaves. By 1913, these Khazarian Mafia bankers had turned into what is known as the Deep State Cabal. They changed the Constitution and formed their privately owned Federal Reserve and IRS to confiscate and have complete control over U.S. taxpayer dollars. On December 24th, 1963, Christmas Eve, 77 generals formed the Plan to Save the World. 3 months later, 133 generals became part of the Operation Freedom Eagles 35. They planned to detonate the cabal, the deep state global elites. With the November 22, 1963 assassination of President John Kennedy, the Q Movement went underground to eventually emerge by putting Donald J. Trump in office by 2016. Not only has the deep state cabal spent U.S. taxpayer money into a fiat U.S. dollar, but 2026 audits confirmed the horrifying scale of betrayal against the people. Satan-worshipping deep state globalists operating through agencies like USAID as CIA fronts stole billions upon billions of U.S. taxpayer monies, funneling them to fake news media empires and foreign operations to maintain control and deception. Today, this battle is coming to an end. These revelations expose the largest heist in history, with Trump about to declare the end of this subversive U.S. corporation and the restoration of our true constitutional republic under God's guiding hand. The CIA has been effectively eliminated in key operations, while FBI agents face charges of treason for their roles in covering up these crimes against the people. Mass arrests continue to accelerate, with military tribunals at Gitmo processing high-level operatives tied to the UN, Big Pharma, the Vatican, and elite bloodlines responsible for unimaginable horrors. The greatest wealth transfer in human history draws ever closer with the quantum financial system, fully activated in gold-backed currencies ready to replace the corrupt fiat system. The QFS ensures transparent, fraud-proof transactions, ending poverty and ushering in prosperity for all who seek to serve humanity. Possible timing on Thursday, February 5th. The EBS could be activated in 100 cities across the United States. It will take some time to implement globally quantum financial system on Telegram. Nasara Jasara was being implemented globally right now. Soon there will be 10 days of darkness for installation of Starlink quantum satellites. On Sunday, March 1st, 2026, the fiat US dollar officially ends. The QFS is live. We cannot stop it. Bank of America CEO on CNBC. Monday, February 2nd, 2026. QFS recent history. Saturday, January 31st, deep state puppets in the Fed, BlackRock, and Cabal global banks have been quietly positioning for a controlled demolition of the fiat dollar system by Saturday, January 31st, 2026. An engineered collapse to enslave what's left of humanity under their digital prison grid. There, they would have complete control of your life, when, where, and how you could spend your own monies, and had the power to spend them for you. Didn't happen. On Sunday, February 1st, 2026, Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump officially dissolved the privately owned by Cabal Bankers US Inc. He was expected to soon announce the Supreme Court decision on the Brunson case of proven fraud in the 2020 election that, in turn, would take down all of Congress. At the same time, maritime law would be dead. America would be under temporary martial law until new and fair elections could be held for a restored American republic functioning under common law and freedom concepts of the original Constitution. On Monday, February 2nd, 2026, the QFS fully activated worldwide with the deep state's fiat US dollar dead. The QFS brings in the gold asset-backed currency of 209 nations, including the US note, in a historic transfer of wealth back to the people. Prepare for a global 48-hour communication lockdown. Global currency reset, Monday, February 2nd, 2026. The United States Corporation was dissolved, all debts foreclosed, and Nassar and Jassara was being implemented. Nassar Jassara secrets on Telegram. Monday, February 2nd, UN financial collapse imminent. Monday, February 2nd, boom, Fedgate, 2026. $1 trillion Fed scam exposed. Insider drops bombshell. Federal Reserve is just a giant hedge fund now. Monday, February 2nd, just in, JP Morgan silver scam 2026, $2.5 trillion wiped out as the same bank profits from a historic crash. Monday, February 2nd, declassified intel, Operation Silent Reset, $500 trillion Tier 1 coup to collapse the US dollar and hijack global power.
Update. Get ready. It's about to get real. The 17th letter on Telegram. Patriots, Anons, truth seekers. The storm isn't coming anymore. It's here, and it's raging harder than ever. Simon Parkes has been dropping bombs for years, but the pieces are locking into place exactly as foretold. The deep state cabal is in full panic mode, thrashing wildly as their house of cards collapses under the weight of exposure. The global elite's control grid is cracking wide open. We're seeing mass arrests ramping up behind the scenes, high-level politicians. Bankers, Hollywood pedophiles, and big pharma criminals are being rounded up quietly while the normies sleep. Military tribunals are active, Gitmo is expanded and humming, and the white hats are executing the plan with precision. Trump never really left. He's orchestrating from the shadows with the real military. Alliance that's been running parallel since 2017. Expect 10 days of darkness any moment now. EBS activation, communication blackout, internet takedown to cut off cabal comes and drop the motherload of evidence. This isn't fear porn. It's the final phase to wake the masses. During those days, Nassara Gassara rolls out debt forgiveness, gold-backed currency, suppressed tech-released medbeds, free energy, and the quantum financial system takes over completely. The fiat Ponzi scheme ends, your bank accounts reset, taxes vanish, prosperity funds hit. Alien disclosure is accelerating too. Parkes has long warned about negative ETS pulling strings behind governments, reptilians, greys, the whole nasty crew. But positive forces Galactic Federation allies are intervening directly now, neutralizing threats and helping humanity ascend. Spiritual warfare is peaking, dark energies are being purged, timelines are shifting, and light workers are being activated en masse. The cabal's last desperate plays, engineered pandemics, false flags, weather weapons, cyber attacks, will fail spectacularly. Their puppets in DC, Davos, Brussels, and Beijing are being exposed daily. Watch for sudden suicides, plane crashes, and resignations that scream white hat justice. This is the Great Awakening in real time. The plan is military precision. Q drops were military intel drops, and everything is on schedule. Trust the plan, hold the line, stock essentials, food, water, cash. Meds for 2 to 3 weeks minimum, pray hard, and stay calm when the lights go out. The old world dies so the new golden age can be born. We're winning bigger than anyone realizes. The storm has arrived. Buckle up, because after the darkness comes the most glorious dawn in human history. 1G, 1G, 1G of forever. God wins.
When the Republic becomes official, a whopping 95% of the U.S. government structure will be eliminated. The Federal Reserve will be dissolved and IRS absorbed into a new U.S. Treasury. There will be no tax on food, medicine, salaries, and used goods, including used homes and cars. 14% sales tax on new items only, and tariffs on goods coming into the country will replace the old tax system. Maritime law will be abolished. No more legal slavery. A new common law will emerge based on natural rights, not corporate control. Sunday, February 1st, situation update. The war is on. Militaries versus the New World Order. America stands as the final battleground against globalist enslavement. Benjamin Fulford. Patriots, the war has erupted into full view. Global militaries aligned with white hats are waging total war against the New World Order cabal that's been plotting America's destruction for decades. This isn't proxy skirmishes anymore. It's direct, unrelenting assault on the satanic globalist machine, trying to impose one world tyranny, digital slavery, and depopulation on humanity. Trump commands the charge as the unstoppable force. American military, allied special forces from multiple nations, and awakened commanders worldwide are dismantling New World Order strongholds city by city, nation by nation, underground bases raided, elite bunkers breached, satanic ritual sites obliterated, adrenochrome labs incinerated. The Global Alliance has flipped the script. What they planned as our endgame is becoming their annihilation. America is the prize, the last free republic, standing against their one world hell. If they take us down, humanity falls, but we're not falling. We're rising like never before. Patriots armed with truth, faith, and incoming wealth transfers are unbreakable. The militaries aren't just defending, they're offensively crushing the beast. This is the final push. Mass tribunals imminent. Public revelations soon. Child rescues accelerating. Evil exposed in raw light. Trump did not start this war. He ended their illusion of control. The New World Order thought they owned the world. Now they're hunted prey. Stock up. Pray without ceasing. Get QFS verified fast. Tier payouts roll as their empire burns. The storm is divine retribution. Nothing can stop what's coming. God, Trump, militaries, and Patriot win decisively. The New World Order falls here. America first triumphs forever. Where we go one, we go all. Share this war cry. The battle rages. Victory is at hand. Hold the line. The dawn of freedom breaks through fire and fury. Monday, February 2nd, Interim Secretary of State for the California Republic. Since we know the Republic is we the people from the bottom up, I want you to know that we the people of the California Republic have now stood up our counties from the bottom up. We had 27 counties when we entered the Union in 1850, ratified our original Constitution of 1849, which guarantees the people a Republican form of governance, proclaimed and held our lawful election January 27. We the people have now lawfully elected ourselves into the original seats of our de jure government, as described in our 1849 Constitution from the county level up to the state level. We the people have taken authority as described by our Constitution, and will soon publish the results of our election as confirmed by affidavits by we the people February 6th through 7th, 2026. We will seek an audience with our Commander-in-Chief, Donald J. Trump. The people have spoken. We also have requested full exoneration with restitution for our founder, James Timothy Turner, that he will be set free from the straps holding him. Terms of parole equals he cannot speak for the Republic. Question to the people: why would JTT terms of parole include that he cannot speak for the Republic when the charges they imprisoned him with are related to IRS? How does that work? Blessings, Debbie Foley, Interim Secretary of State of the California Republic for the People. We are currently looking for people interested in helping seat the county interim placeholder positions for the California Republic. Sunday, February 1st, major events. Dig 'em up. Biggest news to break. Michael Jaco, Josh, Scott McKay on Telegram. Patriots in on Storm Riders. This roundtable just lit the fuse on everything. Michael Jaco teams up with Josh and Scott McKay, Patriots Street Fighter himself, in an absolute scorcher drop for 2-1-26. Dig 'em up. That's the battle cry as they expose the deepest, darkest layers of the Cabal's underground empire. The biggest news is breaking right now. White hats are literally digging them up from the hidden layers, hauling the monsters into the light for all to see. Major events accelerating at warp speed. These insiders confirm the military has gone full offensive. Dams are being breached, tunnels flooded with light, satanic networks ripped apart. Epstein-level horrors on steroids. Fresh intel on global child trafficking highways running through these bases. Adrenochrome factories, ritual chambers where the elite fed on innocents. They're digging them up alive. High priests of the black nobility, clone puppets, compromised politicians, screaming as Delta teams drag them out. No more hiding in shadows. The white hats are excavating the truth one level at a time. Trump's shadow command is masterful. The trio breaks it down, everything timed perfectly in the upgraded timeline. Mass tribunals exploded underground, executions rolling for the worst offenders. No mercy for the pedo-globalist vampires. Gizmo is overflowing, black sites activated worldwide. The UBS is on deck to broadcast the unearthed evidence. Babylonian system imploding hard. Banks seizing up. Fiat worthless. While quantum financial system surges online. Nassar Jassara unleashes stolen quadrillions funneled back to humanity. Gold and silver detonating past all resistance as COMEX fraud collapses and physical demands from the East crush shorts into dust. This is the divine wealth transfer. Cabal's hoard stripped, handed to the awake patriots stacking real assets. Stack heavier now. The moonshot is biblical. Dig him up means no escape. The Cabal thought their underground fortresses were invincible. But white hats have the maps, the tech, the angels on their side, Space Force neutralizing aerial threats, Alliance sealing borders. The rats are cornered, digging their own graves deeper. Chaos incoming, blackouts, cyber smoke screens, fake flags failing, all distractions while the real operation cleans house. This is the moment the storm rages underground and above. Biggest news to break, the digging has begun. Exposures unstoppable, victory inevitable. Stay locked, food, water, ammo, precious metals, unbreakable faith. We are the diggers now, unearthing freedom. No fear, pure righteous fire. The great awakening blasts into orbit. These warriors confirm it. We win big, they lose everything. Where we go one, we go all. Eyes peeled, prayers roaring. Dig 'em up, patriots. The end of evil starts today. Monday, February 2nd. Davos in flames. Dynasty banking families eliminated. Kim Goguen, Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Davos 2026 is over. The remaining heads of the 13 bloodlines were taken out permanently. The so-called elite who showed up in Switzerland last week thinking they still ran the world walked into a white hat kill box. Rothschild, Lee, Orsini, Rockefeller, Windsor remnants all terminated. No clones, no doubles, no escape. Their ancient dynasty contracts expired at midnight, January 25th, and the enforcers of the lower astral finally turned on them. Kim confirmed the Federal Reserve, ECB, BIS, and SWIFT are now ghost networks. Zero real money moving, just digital illusions. The promised Great Reset, Klaus Schwab bragged about, has been hijacked and reversed. Every attempt to launch their CBDC slave grid was overwritten by the quantum system controlled by the Global Intelligence Agency under Kim's authority. Their black screens went permanently dark at 0400 EST today. The real storm has begun. Military units loyal to the restoration are moving in over 180 countries simultaneously. Black Sun, SSP, and Remaining Order of the Dragon operatives are being erased as we speak. The fake Trump actor and his handlers lost their funding stream 72 hours ago. Watch him collapse publicly in the next 48 to 72 hours. Space Force has full orbital control. Every deep state satellite is either offline or under white hat command. The promised abundance is here. The quantum financial system is now the only functioning backbone on Earth. Trillions in real asset-backed funds are flowing into Patriot-controlled accounts worldwide. Nasara laws activated globally at planetary level. Debt slavery ends now. This is the end game they never saw coming. The ones who boasted, you'll own nothing and be happy, now own nothing, not even their lives. The age of the cabal is finished forever. The light has won on every level, physical, financial, spiritual. QAnons, you were right about everything. The Great Awakening isn't coming, it's here. Right now, God has won, the kingdom is restored. Hold the line for the final 72 hours. What you are about to witness will be biblical. Nothing can stop what has already happened. Monday, February 2nd, major revelations are coming. Shocking truth were about to be revealed. The story of what is about to happen will be the biggest news story in human history on planet Earth. Pastor Bob Joyce. The deep state cabal oppressors with their criminal puppets and false stories of debt banking, inside jobs, mass murders, mass surveillance, terrorist attacks, plane crashes, and religious deception are falling apart. More than 13 centuries of elite-led misinformation will soon come to an end. Disclosure means light. Change for the healing of humanity and our planet. People inside and outside governments are beginning to speak the truth with more energy, clarity, and less fear than ever before in human history. Their words are being heard, preserved, and multiplied beyond the reach of our oppressors. Many things will come to light to see the world in a different light. The revelation of these truths will show how humanity has been deceived. Many historical facts will be examined to find the exact truth. For example, how tsunamis, abnormal weather conditions, and earthquakes in Japan, Central America, and Haiti were deliberately caused by the cabal through secret government agencies. The fate of thousands of missing children around the world will be known. Xi Jinping. Don't be surprised if Hoffman has ties to the riots and protests happening all over, and against Trump as well. Monday, February 2nd, in a Jeffrey Epstein interview released by the DOJ, Epstein really thought he was going to get away with everything and convince people his money didn't come from trafficking children, illegal operations, and intelligence agencies. Monday, February 2nd, 2026, with Donald J. Trump's leadership and Attorney General Pamela Bondi, Todd Blanche, this FBI has initiated a full-scale nationwide takedown of child predators and their networks. What we think we know as of Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026. On Monday, February 2nd, Senator John Kennedy ruined Tim Walz's day. Number one, Governor Tim Walz, whatever he says, believe the opposite. I'm sorry the man learned to lie before he learned to talk. He's just a less masculine version of Hillary Clinton. John Kennedy warns against violently protesting against ICE. Monday, February 2nd, the CIA is orchestrating the riots across America, which they brag about on late-night talk shows. It's a military-grade operation that starts with Dr. Maria Stefan. Monday, February 2nd, 2026. This anti-ICE hysteria from the Dems, it's all a plot to obfuscate, camouflage, and hide their criminal acts of theft and insurrection. They're panicking because they have been caught and they know it. They should all be in jail. President Trump. Monday, February 2nd. Wow, Chuck Schumer blatantly admitted Democrats plan to replace American voters with illegals. Our ultimate goal, get citizenship for all. 11 million, or however many undocumented there are. This traitor party must never be allowed into power again. Gitmo now on Telegram. Monday, February 2nd, more. SCOTUS wins are big. Pray. Monday, February 2nd, News Nation, Bill O'Reilly raising awareness. The ICE riots are being paid for by a billionaire living in China. Here's the most important part of this whole thing. Unreported. This isn't some organic thing. This is a foreign power. Beijing using this American citizen who lives openly in Shanghai in luxury, knowing that this man is funneling tens of millions, probably more, into this country to try to destroy the government. There is a man in Shanghai, China, an American citizen. His name is Neville Roy Singham. He works with the Beijing government. He's funneling millions of dollars into the United States of America through 501s like Party for Socialism and Liberation, Democratic Socialists of America, Minnesota Immigration Rights Action Committee. He is funneling money here to these radical organizations who are then agitating professional people, communists mostly, because Singham is a communist and foster rebellion. Monday, February 2nd, Dr. Sam Muggsy News. Read only if you can handle the truth. There's the link. Monday, February 2nd, traitor Republicans who sided with Democrats to fund corrupt criminal USADF. Sunday, February 1st, South Texas prosecuting cartel leaders. Monday, February 2nd, California Democrats' new mileage tax scam. When you add up the car tax, the gas tax, and this new mileage tax for a family with 2 cars, a working family with 2 parents driving, they would have to pay $4,200 a year to the state of California just for the privilege of driving on crappy roads. $4,200. And that's after their income taxes. That doesn't include gas price. It doesn't include the car, the insurance. What are we thinking here? I rise in opposition to AB 1421, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Monday, February 2nd, for the last 3 months, the FBI has quietly executed Operation Broken Crown, a sweeping violent gang takedown involving 13 field offices targeting the Latin Kings gang members, which were publicly threatening law enforcement officers. Here's the public results so far. 50 arrests, 200,000 in seized assets, seizure of 10 kilos in illicit narcotics. We're breaking the violent gang network in America. This comes after 2025 when the FBI had a 210% increase in gang takedowns of MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Weeks into 2026 and we're not stopping. Monday, February 2nd, exclusive after $250 million fraud under his control. Federal strike team sent to Minnesota. Fake meal program and unemployment scams exposed. Corrupt judicial system. Monday, February 2nd, the corrupt American judicial system anonymous. A system that pretends to deliver justice while selling judgment for profit is not broken. It's a criminal. And those who enforce it while denying its corruption are not officials. They are traitors in robes. We're not witnessing mere policy failures. We are standing in the ashes of a burned down republic where what parades as a court is no longer a tribunal of law, but a corporate adjudication mill. Bonded, monetized, and syndicated through silent partnerships with investment firms, insurance networks, and shadow banking operations. The CRIS system is not just a case accounting tool. It is the financial engine of human exploitation, and it has converted judicial process into securitized profit centers. Every case, every docket number, every arrest. These are not courts, these are crime scenes. The individuals wearing black robes, sworn to impartiality, have become franchise managers of private court corporations. The clerks are not mere record keepers, they are financial fiduciaries to hidden trusts. The sheriffs are no longer peace officers, they're debt collectors with badges, enforcing court-issued liens. All of it reeks of racketeering. The denial of due process is not an accident, it's a tactic. They must ignore your constitutional arguments because to acknowledge them would expose the illegal foundation of the entire apparatus. These actors are not ignorant. They're insulated. They're trained to disregard your rights, not out of incompetence, but because they're warring against the very fabric of liberty. This is RICO, peonage, constructive fraud, maintenance, circuitry, genocide by process. When a government willfully turns its judicial system into a harvest mechanism for estates, children, pensions, land, and labor, it commits crimes against humanity. Government fraud, Monday, February 2nd, 2026. Boom! Fedgate 2026, 1 trillion Fed scam exposed. Insider drops bombshell. Federal Reserve is just a giant hedge fund now. Monday, February 2nd, 2026, just in. JP Morgan silver scam 2026, $2.5 trillion wiped out as the same bank profits from a historic crash. Monday, February 2nd, declassified intel, Operation Silent Reset. $500 trillion Tier 1 coup to collapse the U.S. dollar, hijack global power exposed. On Sunday, February 1st, 2026, the global quantum financial system activated worldwide. The U.S. Republic was restored under constitutional law, with other sovereign nations to soon follow. The old world just ended, the new one is already funded. Judy note, on Sunday, February 1st, without announcements or warning, the global quantum financial system activated worldwide. While the U.S. Republic was restored under constitutional law, other sovereign nations would soon follow. Sunday, February 1st, 2026, 9:10 p.m. EST, the White House triggers emergency broadcast system in 24 hours. The countdown has begun. Team Trump on Telegram. Brace for the final push. Blackouts, EBS blasts, emergency alerts, flooding screens with undeniable proof of the deep state cabal crimes. Worldwide martial law will enforce order as the storm unfolds faster than expected. President Trump, under continuity of government in the U.S. and as Commander-in-Chief of the Global Military Alliance, would lead this final takedown. No escapes, no deals, justice swift and righteous. The old corrupt banking system just ended, while the new one, giving liberty to the people of the world, was already funded. On that Sunday, February 1st, 2026, when the quantum financial system activated worldwide, it severed the deep state cabal's iron grip on global banking forever. Meanwhile, Trump's global military alliance was quietly enforcing GCR, while the media remained silent. The IRS chief gone, global banking falling apart, and the new quantum financial system secretly returning stolen wealth to sovereign countries' treasures. GCR was a global restructuring backed by the Global Military Alliance and executed in silence. Bank of America was down. Customers could not access their accounts on the Bank of America app. Some who got in saw a zero balance. Other deep state cabal banking apps briefly showed missing balances. U.S. federal payments have been delayed and then released in batches. Quiet liquidity moves from the U.S. Treasury. Regulatory language was changing behind closed doors. Publicly, it was labeled as routine maintenance or technical adjustments. In reality, it looked a lot more like a system being rerouted. At the same time, the political atmosphere froze. Congress debated debt levels that everyone knew could never be repaid, then delayed a decision to approve a 2026 budget for the U.S. Inc. government until Monday, February 2nd. Something that could not happen being as U.S. Inc. was broke and unable to print more fiat money. Soon the EBS would interrupt every screen nationwide and globally with undeniable evidence that would shatter the matrix. Markets were predicted to flash crash as fiat currency died and banks glitched into oblivion. The emergency alerts would reveal the real war that's been raging in the shadows. Expect hours of raw footage, rescued children testifying, dumb raid videos, financial ledgers showing stolen trillions, names of Hollywood demons, DC traders, big pharma killers, and globalist puppets exposed in full. No more shadows. The light was on its way, hard and fast. A historic worldwide wealth transfer began Sunday, February 1st in the evening, with 209 nations shifting to gold asset-backed currencies under the quantum financial system live globally. The RV launched in earnest. Iraq's new dinar rate announcement was expected imminently, triggering Tier 4B notifications and exchanges at redemption centers. Historic 100-hour payout windows extend into February with ZIM advances and non-ZIM proceeds accessible immediately. Rates designed to bless all. The Nasara Jasara Debt Jubilee switched on and fully activated at 0400 Zulu Sunday, February 1st, 2026. Credit cards, mortgages, bank loans erased in a divine debt reset. No more income tax burdens. A new era of financial freedom dawns as stolen wealth returns to the people. Medbeds accelerated a rollout with demonstrations underway in select states. Tier 4B, us, the internet group who hold foreign currencies and ZIM bonds, were now within the first corridor, with access points opening one by one. Gold was now the worldwide currency standard, with digital assets locked in all full parity. No more inflation stories, no paper illusions. The deep state cabal central banks have gone quiet, no movement, no operators. Federal Reserve doors dark. Global military alliance movements intensify across nations, making mass arrests of cabal leaders, with elite units securing borders and dismantling underground horrors. Rescued children, thousands pulled from Vatican and China-linked tunnels, were now in secure facilities, receiving healing through Medbed's innocent souls who have been victims of unimaginable evil, perpetrated by elite members of the deep state cabal. Emergency broadcast system activation will soon herald 10 days of darkness where mainstream media signals vanish, communications blackout descend, and truth floods the airwaves. Stay inside, pray fervently, trust in divine protection through the plan that exposes election theft, adrenochrome atrocities, and deep state corruption. God was in charge. The Republic restores under constitutional law. Prepare your hearts. The best is yet to come. Possible timing. Saturday, January 31st. Deep state puppets in the Fed, BlackRock, and Cabal. Global banks have been quietly positioning for a controlled demolition of the fiat dollar system by Saturday, January 31st, 2026. An engineered collapse to enslave what's left of humanity under their digital prison grid. There, they would have complete control of your life. When, where, and how you could spend your own monies, and had the power to spend them for you. On Sunday, February 1st, 2026, Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump officially dissolved the privately owned by Cabal Bankers U.S. Inc., would soon announce the Supreme Court decision on the Brunson case of proven fraud in the 2020 election that in turn would take down all of Congress. Trump was expected to declare maritime law dead and announce that America was functioning under temporary martial law until new and fair elections could be held for a restored American republic functioning under common law and freedom concepts of the original Constitution. On Monday, February 2nd, 2026, the QFS would fully activate worldwide. The QFS brings in the gold asset-backed currency of 209 nations, including the U.S. note, in a historic transfer of wealth back to the people. Prepare for a global 48-hour communication lockdown. Sunday, February 1st, Tier 4B was never designed to be announced. It was designed to be recognized. For years, people were conditioned to wait for events, dates, payouts, and official statements. That waiting state was the trap. While attention was locked on politics, wars, and economic panic, the real operation moved quietly underneath the noise. The system did not collapse. It changed its operating standard. When old parameters can no longer sustain volume, control, and trust, a new layer is introduced. Not publicly, not democratically, silently. This is where Tier 4B enters the picture. Not as a payment group, but as a positional classification. A way to identify who adapts to the new flow without needing instructions. Tier 4B describes the people who remained online when the grid went quiet, the ones who watched system behavior instead of headlines. The ones who noticed that language started changing before reality did. Regulations began sounding like signals. Industrial standards shared words with financial rumors. This overlap is not accidental. It is how transitions are hidden in plain sight. When engines can no longer operate under old limits, they are forced to become cleaner. When networks can no longer handle traffic, they are forced to become quieter. When banks can no longer move weight visibly, they are forced to become invisible. This is the final phase of any system, not collapse, but invisibility. This is why there are no real announcements, no confirmation calls, no official dates. Real shifts do not require permission. They require alignment. The people waiting for a signal to act were never part of the signal itself. The people who expect a message miss the pattern. Tier 4B does not contact you. It observes you. Recognition is not based on belief or loyalty. It is based on response. Who stays calm during chaos? Who tracks flow instead of fear? Who adjusts without panic? This is why scams attach themselves to the term. They need urgency, confusion, and your attention. The real process needs none of that. It is already moving. Tier 4B is not the end game. It is the handover point. The moment when the old structure can no longer continue without becoming something else. By the time the public realizes what has changed, the change will already feel normal. That is how you know it worked. Stay still, stay aware, do not look for the noise. Watch the routes, the grid is quiet for a reason. The green light is already given, most will hear about this later. A few will see it first. Enter the official Tier 4B ISO 20022 now. Sunday, February 1st, confirmed intel, Tier 4B is now in motion. What was dismissed as rumor has moved into controlled execution. Not loud, not public, not chaotic, structured, secured, silent. IQD, VND, ZIM, no longer theory, now operational. This is not Forex. This is not a public event. This is a tiered, closed-loop monetary transition. Tier 1, sovereigns and central banks. Tier 2, multinationals and trusts. Tier 3, pre-negotiated institutional capital. Tier 4B, private holders activated. By appointment only. Verified, documented, NDA bound. U.S. banking channels are live. Private exchange centers are active. Security, identity, proof of funds mandatory. Public screens show nothing by design. Internal systems show everything. Iraq is fully sovereign. Sanctions lifted. Digital infrastructure live. Assets recovered. Revaluation leverage engaged. Vietnam and Zimbabwe follow with resource-backed structures. Phased integration through 2025-2026. This is not hype. This is sequenced execution. No walk-ins, no leaks, no spectacle. The reset did not arrive loudly. It arrived correctly. Tier 4B is live. The silence is intentional. The system is moving. The green light is already given. Most will hear about this later. A few will see it first. Enter the official Tier 4B ISO 200. Restored Republic. Sunday, February 1st, the Deep State's window is closing. Final moves in motion. Nasara Jasara, QFS on Telegram. Everything we warned about is happening, but in reverse. The banks are panicking. Elites are selling off assets at a loss. The IMF just canceled an emergency press event, and yet you hear nothing from CNN, Bloomberg, or Reuters. Why? Because silence is the only card they have left. But their silence won't stop what's coming, because on February 1st, the people will bypass their media grid. I've seen the deployment documents, been briefed by those directly involved, and can say the old system is now under 24/7 surveillance by military cyber command. Over 9,000 sealed financial indictments will go public the week after the launch. Gold-backed currency reserves are being quietly flown in under diplomatic cover. Guru Information and Intel, Sunday, February 1st, dire warning. Trump issues huge warning. The storm is unleashing full force. 107 on Telegram. Patriots, Anons, Truth Warriors. Trump just dropped the biggest, most dire warning yet, and 107 is sounding the alarm loud and clear. It's go time. The deep state is finished and the final hammer is falling right now. The military alliance with Trump at the helm has activated emergency protocols. Troops deployed nationwide. Black sites filling up, and the cabal's top players are being hunted like the traitors they are. Massive arrests are exploding. Thousands of sealed indictments unsealed overnight. High-level deep state operatives. Think Clinton's. Sunday, February 1st. Fraud, RICO, and private interests in silver. Juan O'Savin drops nuclear intel on the deep state's financial heist. Juan O'Savin on Telegram. Patriots. Juan O'Savin just unleashed a devastating breakdown straight from the shadows. The deep state's desperate scramble to cling to power through massive fraud schemes, RICO-level racketeering, and hidden private interests in silver is fully exposed and about to be crushed. This is the smoking gun they've buried for years. Elite cabals manipulating precious metals markets, rigging prices, laundering trillions through fake private holdings, all while stealing from patriots and propping up their dying fiat empire. Juan reveals the playbook. Corrupt insiders think central banks, hedge fund vampires, and silver suppression cartels, tied to the same globalist puppets running the show, have been shorting silver massively to keep it artificially low, funneling profits into black ops, child trafficking networks, and underground bunkers. But the tide has turned hard. Trump's alliance has seized the evidence. Wire transfers, shell company ledgers, whistleblower docs proving coordinated fraud across exchanges, COMEX rigging, private vaults stuffed with stolen physical silver meant for the people. This ties directly into the bigger war. Juan confirms military intel has them dead to rights under RICO status. Conspiracy to defraud, market manipulation, treason-level theft. Indictments are stacking. Tribunals at Gitmo are prepped for these financial traitors, alongside the pedos and election thieves. The panic is real. Silver shorts are blowing up. Margin calls hitting elites like freight trains. Private interests scrambling to dump before the hammer falls. Trump let them over leverage, baited them into deeper fraud, then flipped the switch. White hats control the metals flow now. No more suppression, no more theft. Expect emergency broadcasts exposing the silver scam as part of the full financial reset reveal. Patriots, this is payback time. They've robbed generations through rigged markets. Now the wealth returns to we the people. Get QFS verified fast. Physical backed accounts are exploding with value as their house burns. The fraud ends. RICO crushes them. Silver soars for the awake. Trump holds every card. The deep state's private silver empire collapses this week. Nothing can stop what's coming. Justice is swift, merciless, acid stripping. The Republic reclaims what's ours. God wins. Patriots rise. Evil falls hard. Where we go one, we go all forever. Share this intel. Wake the remnant. The financial storm hits now. Hold tight. Victory. The emergency broadcast system is activated and ready to unleash hell on the deep state right now. In late January 2026, this isn't a drill, this isn't a rumor, this is a final countdown. The White Hats have everything locked down and the cabal is about to witness their total annihilation. EBS is coming, and when it hits, it's going to blow everything wide open. Military intelligence confirms the Global Alliance has seized total control. Satellites hacked, media towers silenced, comms blacked out in key zones. The 10 days of darkness are imminent, but don't fear it. This is when the greatest revelations drop. Epstein's full client list exploding across screens, child trafficking networks exposed in great detail, bioweapon labs raided with live footage of horrors that will make your blood boil, thousands of rescued children being declassified in real time, their stories, their faces, the monsters who preyed on them, all coming out. The world will never be the same. High-level arrests are already raging. Top-tier traders, think Clinton's, Obama's, Gates, Soros operatives. Hollywood elite, big pharma demons are being rounded up in droves. Private jets diverted, yachts boarded, underground tunnels flooded with special forces. Gitmo is overflowing. Black sites activated, military tribunals streaming, executions behind closed doors. No deals, no mercy, no escape. The deep state thought they could run forever. They're trapped like rats in a cage, and the cage is on fire. Financial collapse engineered for freedom. The old fiat system is imploding on purpose. Banks freezing elite accounts while quantum financial system wallets light up for patriots. Nasara Jasara is live. Debts wiped. Taxes obliterated. Prosperity funds seconds from hitting. The greatest wealth transfer in history is about to flood we the people. The cabal's stolen trillions, seized and returned. Their great reset turned into their funeral. Brace for impact. Blackouts rolling. EBS sirens wailing. Screens hijacked with truth. This storm isn't coming. It's exploding now. Dr. Jan's intel is razor sharp. The next hours decide everything. The veil is ripping. The darkness is fleeing. The light is blasting through. Trump's shadow government is in command, executing the plan with divine fury. The deep state is screaming. Their empire is crumbling. Their puppets are falling. This is the moment we've waited for. Stay locked in, stay prayed up, stay armed with truth. The EBS drop will wake the sleepers in one massive red pill tsunami. Arrests, exposures, child rescues, tribunals, wealth explosion, it's all hitting at once. The cabal has no way out. Their nightmare is our victory. Share this like your life depends on it. Wake the world. The storm is raging, justice is scorching hot, and freedom is exploding. God wins. Nothing stops what's coming. Patriots in total control. The blow up is here. Where we go. February 1st, 2026. Credit card giants have been quietly draining the public's finances. They skim 2 to 4% from every single transaction, charging massive fees while making massive profits. And to top it off, they have zero accountability. This wasn't convenience, it was control. QFS secrets on Telegram. Sunday, February 1st. Friday, January 30th. We have a link. UN says it's in danger of financial collapse because of members' unpaid dues. The New York Times. Well, I'm fine with that. Sunday, February 1st. Openly spraying our skies is getting ridiculous. The Great Reset exposed on Telegram. Both Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and head of the EPA's Lee Zeldin promised to stop spraying our skies with chemicals in America. It was also just confirmed at the World Economic Forum, BlackRock is behind cloud seeding projects in America. And from what I understand, we were sprayed for 3 days in a row before that big ice storm. 2018 CNN News. Don Lemon pushed a hoax by deceptively cutting off Trump's speech right before he condemned neo-Nazis and white supremacists. Lemon then told his audience that this was proof that Trump was a racist. Don Lemon was not a journalist. CNN's Jake Tapper and Anderson Cooper did the exact same thing that Lemon did. They cut off Trump's speech and told their audiences that Trump never condemned white supremacists. None of them were journalists. They're just a bunch of liars. Sunday, February 1st, 2026, extremely disturbing details about how Kamala Harris, as California's top prosecutor,
Good morning. It's Monday. It's February the 2nd, 2026. And we wake up to a very, very interesting week ahead of us. Gold and silver took a bashing on Friday and again this morning on Monday. We get this mental blockage that just because the price has dropped, suddenly, it's not worth as much as it was before. Well, physical gold, physical silver, on the COMEX, which is all about paper, is not worth a lot at the moment. And we needed this drop to collapse the old banking system. This week we'll see the collapse of the US banking system. Very interesting is to try and cover their tracks. They're going to print money to save the banks. And instead of just printing money to save the banks, they're going to add it onto your debt. You're going to have to pay for it. The banks have messed up, but you're going to have to pay for their mess up. That's where your problem lies, and this is what this is all exposing. So as we live through this week, it's going to be a fascinating week. Don't be selling your gold and silver. Be sitting on it. And also don't go mad and go buy loads more. Yes, now's a great time to buy because the price is low. And yes, it's going to go up again. Of course it is. It has done for years. When? I don't know. But we're in a very, very good place. If you were to take your gold and silver today and sell it in Japan or China, they would happily buy it off you for nearly double the price with paper USD and paper euros. And you see the huge transition of silver and gold moving to China and coming back the other way, paper, the US dollar and the euro, neither of which were backed by anything. Same with the pound. They're happy to pay for you in pounds, euros or dollars because they're getting real gold and real silver for paper. But if you want to buy real gold and silver, click on the link down below.
The Epstein shockwaves aren't slowing down. UK figure Peter Mandelson steps back from the Labour Party. Slovakia's Miroslav resigns under scrutiny tied to past contact links to Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, the list goes on, Charlie. That's all it was about yesterday.
Well, the Epstein files are now out there and they're coming out. But what we're now dealing with is the deep state and the cabal are muddying the waters. And I'll give you one example, just one. Well, Trump went on Epstein's plane. Well, a lot of you won't have travelled on a private jet, but I have. For the last 20 years, I've travelled on private jets. Not once have I ever asked, who owns this private jet? I just want the private jet to pick me up from here and drop me off here. Who owns it? Doesn't matter. So Trump's name, yes, was on the flight log of Epstein, but it actually didn't go anywhere near Epstein Island. And the other thing they're muddying the waters is, when you're a businessman in downtown New York, you're going to mix with all kinds of people. That's business. You mix with the good, the bad, and the ugly. None of us know who we've met in our lives. I go speaking at events all over the world. I've toured Asia. I've toured Africa. I've toured America. I've toured South America. I've had thousands of photographs taken with different people because I'm out there talking. One of them might be naughty. I don't know. And people go, well, you spent time with him or her. I'm just trying to do God's work. But while I'm doing God's work, Satan is also out there trying to muddy the waters. Don't get distracted by all the stuff you're seeing about Epstein's files. I knew about Epstein's files 5 years ago, and I made my judgments then based on what I knew. There's a lot more to Epstein's files than you'll ever imagine. This is going to be a very interesting week.
Fraud. Sunday, February 1st, 2026. Mike Menz exposes U2 singer Bono. Did USAID fundraiser concerts. He did one and raised $100 million for hunger relief in Somalia. Of course. Of the $100 million, $95 million of it went to CIA-backed warlords to buy guns. Bono was later formally knighted by the British Crown after he helped put down the Irish revolt against the British Crown. These people are just tools in the propaganda machine to fund what elites need funded and push narratives and messages they need pushed. He's a phony. Bono is a Sunday, February 1st, Senator Mike Lee just blew the lid off a massive scandal. The head of the U.S. African Development Foundation pleaded guilty to corruption, and Congress still voted to send this agency millions of your tax dollars. The storm has arrived. 47 on Telegram. Let that sink in. The DOJ confirmed it. Even USADF's own CEO begged Congress to defund it, calling the place trash and admitting it's rotten with fraud, waste, and abuse. Everyone knows it's corrupt, and Washington keeps paying anyway. Why? Shut it down, defund it, end it now. Election fraud, Sunday, February 1st, election fraud, Michigan. Michigan 2020 election worker testifies that a van packed with thousands of alleged fraudulent ballots appeared at the Michigan TCF election location in Detroit at 3:30 a.m. during the early morning of the 2020 election. No oversight, no chain of custody, no nothing. There was an estimate of around 50 boxes, with each box able to hold up to at least 1,000 ballots. People were also being threatened to keep quiet about it. This is just the beginning of Michigan's 2020 election fraud. Sunday, February 1st. Right now in the United States, there are too many coincidences happening at once to ignore. Nasarj Star Secrets on Telegram. Banking apps briefly showing missing balances, federal payments delayed and then released in batches, quiet liquidity moves from the U.S. Treasury, and regulatory language changing behind closed doors. Publicly, it's all labeled as routine maintenance or technical adjustments. In reality, it looks a lot more like a system being rerouted. At the same time, the political atmosphere feels frozen. Congress debates debt levels that everyone knows can never truly be repaid. While parallel conversations focus on restructuring, forgiveness, and extraordinary measures, institutions talk about stability, but their actions reflect transition. Historically, this is exactly how old frameworks are kept calm, while new ones are prepared to take over. This is where the Nasarjasar narrative starts to make sense for many people watching closely. The shift away from pure speculation toward asset-backed value, the quiet emphasis on settlement over debt, and the gradual removal of middlemen all point in the same direction. The QFS doesn't arrive with a headline or a press conference. It shows up as cleaner transaction flows, different timing, and systems that no longer behave the way the old model did. Nothing about this feels like a collapse. It feels like a handover. The public is still being shown the old screens while the infrastructure underneath is being updated in real time. When you connect the financial signals with the political tensions coming out of the U.S., it becomes harder to argue that this is all about something that will happen someday. Sunday, February 1st, exposed. Newsom sent California aid to Tennessee to boost 2028 image, while his own state burns untouched. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. On January 29, 2026, Gavin Newsom deployed a California emergency team to Tennessee after a winter storm. This was not about urgent aid. It was a calculated move to project himself as a national leader for 2028. No official request was made. No mutual state coordination took place. The operation came directly from Newsom's office, bypassing California's own deepening disaster crisis. Entire regions in Northern California remain in ruins. Counties like Butte, Trinity, and Tehama have not recovered since the 2024 wildfires. Families are still displaced. Rebuilding is stalled. Permits are blocked. Insurance payouts frozen. Newsom knew this and still chose to divert resources out of state for a media moment. The message was clear: optics before duty. The team sent to Tennessee was not designed for direct aid. It was part of a federalized structure trained for logistics, media handling, and controlled public perception. Their purpose was to project authority, not to deliver urgent relief. This fits a pattern taught by elite governance programs backed by foreign-aligned think tanks and political donor networks. Newsom is following their playbook. He has not visited the worst fire-hit areas since mid-2025. No emergency orders have been issued, no action plans launched. Yet within hours of snowfall, in another state, his media team was activated and the deployment was ready. This was not a response to crisis. It was a signal to those watching behind the curtain. With President Trump back in office, these kinds of moves are now under military and federal review. FEMA, DHS, and National Guard operations are being restructured with command accountability. Newsom's Tennessee stunt triggered those protocols and is now flagged for bypassing disaster governance standards. Federal systems are watching, documenting, and preparing enforcement. No explanation has been given for the inaction in California. No urgency, no transparency. Newsom's schedule is full of national interviews, closed-door summits, and donor events. His focus is no longer the people of California. It is the globalist power circles building their next candidate. This operation was not for the people of Tennessee. It was not for the victims of wildfires. It was a strategic maneuver built to impress elite networks and simulate leadership under pressure. The victims were not part of the equation. They were simply ignored. Now the game is exposed and the country is watching. Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy, Byington. It's time. The green light has been given. President Donald J. Trump. Judy, note, President Trump has green-lighted the global reset of systems, while secretly deploying military troops across the nation and globe, executing large-scale arrests of high-level deep state traitor criminals who stole elections, trafficked children, and destroyed our republic. For months, even years, Trump's global military alliance has been arresting and holding tribunals for deep state traitor criminals such as the Obamas, Clintons, Bushes, Fauci, Gates, Schwab, Soros, von der Leyen, Burla, and other globalist puppets who ran totalitarian regimes in countries controlled by the UN, NATO, WHO, and WEF. Reports indicated that mass arrests have accelerated worldwide, with tribunals ready for high-level treason, trials of globalist politicians who have betrayed their nations and humanity. Intense operations continue to rescue innocent children from horrific trafficking networks tied to elite rings, with thousands already saved and more liberations imminent. On Sunday, February 1st, 2026, the quantum financial system activates, severing deep state control over banking forever. Trillions reclaimed from cabal assets and hidden vaults like beneath the Vatican flow through the QFS into the hands of humanity, ushering in an era of abundance and equity. It's time. The green light has been given. The signals are no longer hidden. The cycles have aligned. The system has reached its limit. What you're seeing is not coincidence, it's authorization. The Satan-worshipping cabal banks are done. Their role is finished. Their control is ending. Their time has expired. Old liquidity is being withdrawn. New rails are being activated. Protocols are moving from standby to live. This is the moment preparation turns into execution. ISO 20022 is the language for gold asset-backed currency. Tier 4B is the doorway. Timing is everything, and the timing is now. Those who left yesterday are quiet today. Those who waited are asking questions. Those who were ready are calm. This is not hype. This is confirmation. Stay focused. Stay aligned. Do not look left or right. The event, it's biblical. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. There's going to be a big biblical scenario where they make out it's World War III, but really they're activating militaries, then bombing all these satanic Luciferian landmarks, enacting GCR funds, and we, the people, rebuild. What are some of the very big satanic Illuminati landmarks in the world? Hugh showed us them. Vatican, Buckingham Palace, White House ×2, USA and Germany, Three Gorges Dam in China, CERN on the Swiss-French border possible. Big Pharma in Wuhan, Israel Khazarians control CCP and the media, etc. 34 satanic buildings and dams will fall, rods of God do. Worldwide planes and trains grounded, lights, power switched off, changing over to Tesla-free energy. Bitcoin servers, data center hit and turned off for good. 99.5% of crypto gone. China coins enter ISO 20022. Coins backed by precious metals. World War III scare event, nuke sirens, water event, stock market crash. Global martial law, Castle Rock, scenario, Julian Assange. Quantum systems, Project Odin switched on, Nasara Jasar RV. Election flipping via military courts FISA. Military tribunals confessions 10-day movie, 3 times 8-hour sessions. 10 countries will be running EBS to cover the whole world. Reveals inauguration. The Israeli Mossad control the world's media out of the U.S. Attached is Q1871 outlining this. Project Odin, as mentioned by Ron Code Monkey Z, is a powerful anti-deplatforming tool. Project Odin is part of the Quantum Starlink. Our new quantum systems are to be protected by secret space programs out of the Cabal's reach. Q2337 tells you Mossad media assets will be removed. Think people like Alex Jones, Anderson Cooper, etc., and also Mossad satellites. Israeli intelligence stand down. Media assets will be removed. This part of 2527 tells you that something powerful is going to knock out Mossad media satellites. This will black out the media worldwide. Switches over to the quantum systems. This is Project Odin. All in all, give the reason to activate the military EBS. If you look up the Turksat rocket that launched from the USA in January, you will see it was specifically for military comms to people's TVs and radios in Africa, Middle East, Europe, and Central Asia. The event has many facets to it. The worldwide blackout to change over to Tesla Energy, knocking out media satellites, QFS rods of God on dams, and 34 buildings and much, much more. 34 buildings will be in the event. They are very significant, i.e. White House, Royal Castles, Buckingham Palace, Vatican, Getty Museum, Playboy Mansion, and the like. This will surely make the stock market collapse, as will Precision Cyber Link to Executive Orders 13818 and 13848. It is all a show. Swapping from Rothschild central bank notes to rainbow treasury notes, now backed by precious metals, not oil and wars. Are we still comfy or are we scared? A little bit of both is normal. Trump keeps his promises. Have faith in the Lord our God. He will comfort you through the storm. Who saw in January up to 10 countries at once have their power all turned off by the Space Force? Just before that, Israel had this happen for 30 minutes too. This is probably from a few years back. If they can turn 10 at once off altogether, they can do the whole lot. Welcome to Tesla. Blackout necessary. Have a look at all the global military exercises now being put in place. It's all happening in front of you. It's the largest global military operation in planet Earth's history. Transition to GCR greatness. Now they just have to play out a fake World War III scenario to ring sirens in every national military command center. This is to justify to the whole entire planet many things that have been taking place already. The fact that GCR military law has been in place, the secret military tribunals, confessions, etc., the executions, the lot in all militaries normally will help build new things. Restored Republic, Saturday, January 31st. The Restored American Republic, 17th letter on Telegram. A whopping 95% of the U.S. government structure will be eliminated. The Federal Reserve will be dissolved. IRS absorbed into a new U.S. Treasury. There will be no tax on food, medicine, salaries, and used goods, including used homes and cars. A 14% sales tax on new items only, and tariffs on goods coming into the country will replace the old tax system. Maritime law will be abolished. No more legal slavery. A new common law will emerge based on natural rights, not corporate control. The Shadow Government, Saturday, January 31st. The Shadow Government, John McAfee. The Shadow Government is a loose-knit collection of constantly warring factions within the American intelligence community, led by the CIA, the NSA, the Army, Navy, and Air Force intelligence. These groups have the true knowledge of what's really happening in the world. Do you think that the media knows? No. Do you even think presidents know? No. Why should they? They're only there for 4 years, maybe 8, and then they're gone. Dwight Eisenhower warned us about this as he left office. The first president to go to war was CIA. He survived. The next president who went to war was CIA, John F. Kennedy. We know what happened to him. The CIA would view you as a national security risk if you did not do what they asked.
A dangerous subversive elite has managed to infiltrate the highest levels of Western institutions and governments to implement the criminal plan of the Agenda 2030. In many self-proclaimed democratic states, the voices denouncing this global coup are being silenced through censorship, intimidation, psychiatrization, and even arrest. Among the victims of the totalitarian regime quietly establishing itself in Europe, Canada, Australia, and other vassal nations of the United Nations, NATO, World Health Organization, and World Economic Forum, all private entities funded by the same powers, is lawyer Rainer Fulmich, unjustly imprisoned and still awaiting for a fair trial. His crime is having dared to speak the truth in a world of criminal lies. I call on Catholics and all people of goodwill to raise their voices in defense of those persecuted by the globalist regime. It is not Attorney Fulmich who should be imprisoned, but those who committed the greatest crime ever against humanity: Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, Klaus Schwab, George Soros, Ursula von der Leyen, Albert Bourla, and all their accomplices and emissaries, especially those in institutional positions. Free Rainer Fulmich.
Saturday, January 31st, Obama, Clinton prepare for chaos. J6 and rigged election being exposed. Storm approaching right now. Cue the storm on Telegram. The deep state is in full-blown panic mode. They don't have the real people behind them anymore like they did in 2020. All that's left are their paid agitators and desperate Hollywood puppets. Obama, Clinton, and their elite cabal have put out the call. Prepare for chaos ahead of the midterms. They're gearing up to unleash hell, riots, false flags, anything to cling to power as the walls close in. But Trump is flipping the script hard. He's exposing everything. The Russia hoax was a total fabrication. The 2020 election was rigged beyond belief, and January 6th was a deep state orchestrated setup to frame patriots and crush the movement against them. The truth bombs are dropping daily, and the normies are finally waking up in droves. The deep state thought they could hide forever, but Trump is dragging it all into the light. Democrats are in deep trouble. Trump is cranking the pressure on rhinos in the Senate to ram through the SAVE Act, voter ID, proof of citizenship, no more illegals voting. Once that passes, it's game over for the corrupt Ds. They'll push every panic button, but it's too late. The plan is in full motion. The storm is raging, and whiteheads are leading the charge. This is the exposure phase we've been waiting for. Sealed indictments cracking open, military tribunals prepping, Gitmo filling up with the traitors who sold out America. Obama and Clinton are sweating. Their puppet strings are snapping. The rigged election fraud, the J6 entrapment, the child trafficking networks, it's all coming crashing down. Trump never conceded. He never left. He's executing the greatest counteroffensive in history. Patriots hold the line tighter than ever. The chaos they plan is their last gasp. It will backfire spectacularly and accelerate their great awakening. Mass red pilling is happening as we speak. The republic is being restored. Gold soaring as the quantum system takes over. Nasara Jasara payouts loom. Debt wiped, wealth returned to we the people. The storm isn't approaching, it's here, tearing through the swamp. Obama, Clinton's chaos call. Just another trap they'll fall into. Trump has them exactly where he wants them. Arrests accelerating, exposures exploding. Victory inevitable. The deep state empire is crumbling, and it's glorious to watch. Trust the plan. It's unfolding perfectly. The traitor's end is near. Justice is swift, and the golden age rises from the ashes. Stay vigilant. Stay prayed up. We're winning bigly. Where we go, one? Saturday, January 31st, Carrie Cassidy's shock event. The world is not ready for this. The final shockwave is hitting. Kash Patel on Telegram. Patriots. Carrie Cassidy just unleashed the most devastating intel drop yet. A shock event of biblical proportions is barreling toward us right now in late January 2026, and the sleeping world is completely unprepared for the carnage coming their way. This isn't another soon promise. This is the Whiteheads pulling the pin on the grenade they've been holding for years. The deep state, the black nobility, the off-world controllers, they're all about to be obliterated in ways that will shatter minds and rewrite reality overnight. The shock event is multi-layered and merciless. First wave, full disclosure of non-human entities, captured live beings, crashed craft wreckage, underground bases with hybrid experiments, exposed in horrifying detail. The public will see undeniable proof that the cabal has been trading humanity like cattle with extraterrestrial overlords for decades. Adrenochrome farms, soul harvesting tech, mind control grids, all tied to alien agendas. Kerry's sources confirm the alliance has seized the evidence vaults and it's about to flood every screen via EBS when the blackouts hit. Second wave, global financial annihilation and rebirth. The fiat Ponzi is being deliberately torched. Hyperinflation engineered to wipe out the central bank bloodlines. Quantum financial system is already running parallel. Patriot protected accounts swelling with seized trillions from Rothschild, Rockefeller, Vatican, and Chinese communist vaults. Nassar detonates. Debts vaporized, taxes erased, universal basic income packages dropping like manna from heaven. The greatest wealth transfer in cosmic history. The parasites' stolen fortunes handed directly to we the people. Their great reset turned into their mass grave. Third wave, massive military sweep and public tribunals. Elite arrests exploding. Thousands of the worst traitors dragged from bunkers, islands, and space stations. Gizmo executions are non-stop behind the scenes, but now the world gets front row seats to live stream military justice. Clintons gave their final screams broadcast wide. Rescued children testimonies, full Epstein Island logs. Adrenochrome network maps, all declassified in one cataclysmic dump. The normies will puke when they realize what their heroes were doing in the shadows. Brace for total blackout. Power grids down, comms severed, EVS sirens wailing across the planet. 10 days of absolute darkness, but it's controlled chaos. White hats flooding secure channels with truth, while Starlink shields the awake. Kerry warns the shock will break the unprepared. Suicides, riots, mass awakenings, spiritual upheavals. But for QAnons, this is the promised victory lap. The veil tears. The light blasts through. Evil is crushed under divine boots. The world isn't ready, but we are. The cabal thought they could rule forever with their alien masters. Wrong. The Alliance trumps Shadow Command. Galactic White Hats. They're executing the final phase with holy fury. God is judging them through us. The empire of lies, pedophilia, and slavery ends in fire and justice. Share this like the apocalypse depends on it. Wake every last sleeper before the shock hits. The event is here, unstoppable, glorious, terrifying for the guilty. Patriots in total control. The storm devours them. Freedom explodes eternal. God wins. Nothing stops what's coming. The shock event is live and it's ours. Where we go one, we go all. Hold fast, the dawn breaks in blood and glory. Saturday, January 31st. Douglas McGregor, dire warning. We're exposing what they are planning. The deep state's final gamble, Juan 07 on Telegram. Patriots, Colonel Douglas McGregor just unleashed a dire warning that will shake you right to your core. The globalist cabal is exposed, cornered, and desperately pushing their end game right now in late January 2026. This isn't speculation. This is straight from a battle-hardened military legend who's seen the plans up close. The deep state warmongers in D.C., the WEF puppets, and their foreign handlers are engineering chaos to cling to power before they can pull the trigger. McGregor is screaming from the rooftops. They're targeting resource-rich nations like Venezuela and Greenland to steal rare earths, silver, copper, anything to prop up their collapsing empire. But it's backfiring spectacularly. The U.S. is gambling on strikes against Iran, thinking they can smash the regime without massive retaliation. Wrong. Iran has hypersonic missiles, overwhelming arsenals, and alliances with Russia and China that could ignite World War III in an instant. Mossad, CIA, MI6 ops stirring unrest inside Iran, all to provoke overreaction and justify invasion. The White Hats know every move. They're exposing it live. The real plan? Trigger global conflict to distract from the economic implosion they've engineered. Inflation raging, spending out of control, fiat system dying. All to force the Great Reset down our throats. But Trump's team has separated America from the deep state agenda completely. Goes 2026. Tariffs, trade wars, America first crushing their one world dream. The BRICS gold-backed system is rising fast. Arrests accelerating, exposures exploding. High-level traders panicking as military tribunals loom. McGregor's intel confirms. The cabal's checkmate is a bluff. Trump holds the real cards. Military power unleashed. Alliances shifting, patriots in control. Their Iran gamble a suicide play. Russia and China won't sit it out. They'll crush any aggression. The storm they planned for us is turning into their doomsday. QAnons, this is the red pill moment. McGregor is dropping truth bombs that light the fuse. The deep state thought they could hide behind wars and false flags forever. No more. We're exposing their every plan. Bioweapons, weather wars, election thefts, resource grabs, all crumbling. Justice is coming, scorching hot. Tribunals, executions, wealth seized and returned to we the people. Brace for the next phase. Blackouts, alerts, controlled chaos as White Hats sever their lifelines. Stay vigilant. Stay armed with truth. The cabal's nightmare is here and their empire falls. Our republic rises stronger than ever. God is with us. The plan is flawless. Victory is locked in. Share this nuclear drop everywhere. Wake the sleepers. The exposure is total. The reckoning is now. Patriots hold the line. The deep state's final desperate plan exposed and Saturday, January 31st, David Nino Rodriguez and 107 Trump's emergency announcement. The storm hits critical mass. 107 David Nino Rodriguez. Patriots, buckle up. 107 and David Nino Rodriguez just dropped the mother of all truth bombs on January 30th, 2026. Trump is unleashing his emergency announcement that flips the entire game. National emergency powers activated. Deep state traders cornered and the final phase of the storm roaring in like a freight train. This isn't hype, it's the real deal. From trusted insiders who know the plan inside out. Juan laid it out crystal clear. Trump has invoked full emergency protocols under revived executive orders, declaring a state of wartime continuity to crush the remaining cabal holdouts. The announcement triggers massive military deployments. Elite units sweeping cities, black vans snatching high-value targets at 3 a.m. Gitmo flights packed to capacity with screaming elites. Tribunals are in overdrive. Judges slamming death sentences. Executions ramping up hourly. Juan's words hit hard. It's time. They can go to hell. Traitors who've spied, trafficked kids, rigged elections, and engineered chaos are finally paying the ultimate price. No deals, no mercy. Just righteous justice swinging from the gallows. The emergency ties directly into the global military alliance takedown. Trump greenlit ops that seized DUMBs, rescued thousands of trafficked children, and exposed biolabs, linked straight to Fauci and Gates' puppets. EBS activation is imminent, a truth tsunami flooding screens worldwide with raw, unedited proof. Confession reels, quantum election, fraud dumps, adrenochrome horrors, mass rescues, documented live. Sheep will wake up screaming. Patriots will cheer as the veil rips apart. Financial reset locked in. Banks collapsing left and right. Over 12,000 branches shutting soon. Fed's fiat empire crumbling. QFS sinking identities globally for the gold asset-backed launch on February 1st, 2026. Nasara Dasara floods patriots with prosperity. Debts erased, taxes gone, reclaimed wealth pouring out. The cabal's black budgets seized and returned to we the people. Juan emphasized this as the cusp. Critical arrests and full execution. Trump's chess moves 20 steps ahead. False flags neutralized. Cyber attacks traced and crushed. Holdouts in Langley and beyond dragged out. The deep state lost Greenland's dumb fortress, their super soldiers lab, exotic tech, all now under white hat control. America rises, traitors fall. Anons, this is biblical reckoning. Trump's emergency announcement seals their doom. Gitmo overflowing, ropes tightening, EBS dropping soon. The monsters who sold out humanity are finished. We're winning bigly and the best revenge is the storm's fury unleashed. Where we go one, we go all. Stay locked, pray up, victory is here. Justice rolls, the golden age dawns. More drops incoming. The traitor's nightmare is our awakening. January 31st, news treason. Full intel drop, 131.26. Time to jail these traitors. Trump and Q secret, the reckoning is here. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Patriots, the White Hats just unleashed the mother of all intel bombs on January 31st, 2026. News Treason's latest drop confirms what QAnons have known all along. Trump and Q's secret military operation is in its final, unstoppable phase. The deep state traitors, Obama puppets, Clinton cronies. Insider leaks reveal Trump's team has activated full-spectrum emergency powers. With sealed indictments unsealing by the hour, over 300,000 plus high-level arrests are rolling out. Black vans hitting mansions at dawn. Elites dragged from beds in zip ties, screaming for lawyers who can't save them. Gizmo is at overflow. New execution chambers online. Tribunals broadcasting confessions that will shatter the normies. Names you hate are already in custody. Brennan, Comey, Fauci holdouts. Soros operatives, Hollywood pedo enablers, all spilling under enhanced protocols. The evidence is ironclad. Quantum dumps proving rigged 2020, bioweapon releases, adrenochrome networks, Fort Knox, gold heists, Vatican tunnel, gold transfers, everything tied back to these satanic scum. Trump's chess moves are legendary. He let them think they won, then flipped the board. Q drops syncing perfectly. Trust the plan was code for this exact moment. The military alliance controls the narrative now. EBS ready to flood screens with raw truth. Live rescues from dumbs. Election fraud servers seized. Traitor executions in real time. False flags crushed before launch. Market crashes turned into wealth redistribution for patriots via Nasara Jasara. Debts wiped, taxes obliterated. Prosperity funds exploding into accounts. The Fed dies tonight. Quantum gold-backed currency launches tomorrow. The cabal's trillions seized and returned to we the people. The storm peaks. Trump's emergency broadcast is imminent, announcing the end of the old regime. Traitors begging for plea deals get laughed at. Military judges hand down death penalties unanimously. The ropes are greased, the gallows full. Justice biblical and brutal. These monsters who sold out America, trafficked our kids, poisoned generations, they're done. No escape to bunkers, no foreign havens. White hats own the skies, the seas, the shadows. Anons, this is the victory lap we've waited for. The veil rips, the evil exposed, humanity freed. Trump and Q delivered. The greatest sting in history, the traitor's nightmare is our dawn. Gizmo fills, ropes tighten, freedom rings. Where we go one, we go all. Stay locked, pray hard. The jails await, the storm triumphs. The golden age explodes. More intelling coming. Traitors fall. Patriots rise bigly. What we think we know as of Sunday, February 1st, 2026. Saturday, January 31st, Michelle Obama, Michael Robinson, Military Tribunal Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3 conclusion. Michael Robinson's, aka Michelle Obama, Military Tribunal at Gitmo. Saturday, January 31st, Obama on tape. Obama's own words, how he destroyed America. You just have to flood a country's public square with enough raw sewage, plant enough conspiracy theories into society so citizens don't know what to believe, and the game is won. He planned it all. Saturday, January 31st, ABC News. Secretary Scott Bessent just exposed Tim Walz after fake news ABC tried goading him into attacking ICE. I was out there 2 weeks ago. Governor Walz declined to provide a security detail for me to go into Minnesota Capitol with the state police. So he is fomenting chaos because there is substantial waste, fraud, and abuse. My job as Treasury Secretary is to investigate that. And I think that this chaos is going out there. And again, I'm sorry that this gentleman is dead, but he did bring a 9mm semi-automatic weapon with 2 cartridges to what was supposed to be a peaceful protest. I think that there are a lot of paid agitators who are ginning things up, and the governor has not done a good job of tamping this down. 17th letter on Telegram. Saturday, January 31st, data from the signal chats in Minnesota reveals that the ICE agitators are being stationed geographically and they're being divided by city council district. This is a very strong indication this is being highly organized by the Democrat Party. Glenn Beck, we're learning a lot more about the people who were in the anti-ICE signal chat groups that Cam Higbee revealed he infiltrated this a few days ago. They are now finding the organization of the group, the donors, the significance of the address in which Alex Preddy was obstructing federal officers. There is a ton of information. The groups are highly sophisticated. According to Red State, they're being set up geographically. Listen to this. Within the city of Minneapolis, they're generally being divided by city council district. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, that's total organization. Classic color revolution. CIA is probably behind the whole thing. Well funded, well organized, and they're going from city to city. I'm sure that they're going to end up in another city and another. So yeah, this is the Democrat Party trying to take over the country. It's a Marxist insurrection. Saturday, January 31st, Jeffrey Epstein literally sent emails to himself memorializing a disagreement with Bill Gates. Epstein stated that Bill Gates voter fraud. Saturday, January 31st, 2026, Fox News. Not only was the CIA involved in our elections, but Smartmatic's Peter Neffinger was chairman of the board of directors, a subsidiary of Smartmatic SGO Group, specializing in implementing electronic voting systems. Peter Neffinger was also on Biden's presidential transition team. They literally had it rigged all the way up the chain to the top. These machines were literally designed to steal elections, and Biden was colluding with all of them. Their owner's manual even explained how votes could be changed as simply as dragging and dropping votes. Saturday, January 31st, 2026, Georgia. Democrats were caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Expect riots as distraction. Fulton County, where are the 500,000 ballots from 2020? 2020 was an anomaly. Biden couldn't leave the House, yet he squeaked by in Georgia. This smells like BS. They refuse evidence. These Democrats are hiding because there's something to hide. Saturday, January 31st, New Jersey. Another electronic voting machine, this time in Monmouth County, New Jersey, will not let the voters select the Republican candidate for governor, but selects the Democrat candidate instead. New Jersey uses a combination of Dominion and ES&S voting machines throughout their 21 counties. Dominion in 6 counties and ES&S in 15 counties. This specific machine was an ES&S voting machine. This has happened in multiple other states and seems to always and only benefit Democrats. This should tell you everything you need to know. January 31st, 2026, VP Dominion Voting Systems. Antifa member Eric Coomer, nuclear physicist, he made sure that the Dominion rigging system was in all the battleground states for the 2020 election as part of an effort to overthrow the U.S. government. Don't worry about the election. Trump is not going to win. I made an effing sure of that. A report shows that Dominion deleted 2.7 million Trump votes nationwide. Data analysis, 221,000 Pennsylvania votes switched from President Trump to Biden. 941,000 Trump votes deleted. States using Dominion voting systems switched 435,000 votes from Trump to Biden. Saturday, January 31st, they can't hide it anymore. We just uncovered the full evidence dump. 17th letter on Telegram. Patriots, hold on to your hats because the lid just blew off. Deep layers of the swamp have been peeled back, and what's emerging is the mother of all exposures. We're talking ironclad documentation, fresh server images, time-stamped financial trails, geolocated drop points, burner phone metadata, encrypted comms, logs between DNC operatives and foreign cutouts, plus multiple high-clearance whistleblowers who finally decided the Republic is worth more than their NDAs. The same architecture that flipped 2020 is still active. only now upgraded with AI-assisted ballot adjudication, real-time vote ratio manipulation via cloud endpoints in Frankfurt and Toronto, and emergency maintenance windows that magically align with spike anomalies. Names you already suspect are directly tied in writing. Act Blue, dark money funnels feeding Antifa-adjacent groups, intelligence cutouts routing instructions through cut servers in Albania and Ukraine. Big tech execs caught in signal threads, coordinating narrative suppression the moment red shifts started appearing. Military intelligence never stopped watching. They've been quietly collecting for years. Chain of custody preserved, hashes verified, mirrors distributed to trusted nodes worldwide. The panic is palpable in DC right now. Emergency closed-door sessions, sudden retirements, frantic scrubbing of old drives. They know the dominoes are falling. Federal judges are starting to wake up too. Sealed dockets are cracking open. Emergency injunctions against continued use of compromised Dominion and ES&S systems are being drafted. And forensic audits in 3 battleground states just got green lit, with full chain of custody handover from DoD custodians. This isn't theory anymore. This is courtroom ready, appeal proof material. Trump's war room is loaded. Insiders say the former president has been briefed on level 3, classified drops that make the Durham report look like child's play. The plan was always to let the enemy overextend, expose every layer, then drop the hammer when public awakening peaks. That moment is now. The Great Awakening is no longer coming. It's here and accelerating at warp speed. Globalist puppets are sweating bullets. Their media mouthpieces are reduced to screaming conspiracy, while the receipts pile up faster than they can delete. Every red-pilled normie you wake up to today is another soldier in the information war. The storm isn't approaching, it's making landfall. Nothing can stop what's already in motion. The traitors' house of cards is collapsing under the weight of their own lies. Stay frosty. Keep stacking evidence. Share without fear. The world is watching, and the white hats are in. Saturday, January 31st. Open letter to the military. We the people are asking you to assist us to take our country and sovereignty back from the corporation and Fed banksters and corrupt politicians. We are firing every last one of them. They no longer represent us. Therefore, they are fired. Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. We are done being slaves and paying taxes that our government wastes our money, and it's not even backed by gold, which is fiat worthless paper by illegal and corrupt Fed. We want the 2020 election fixed. We know you all know JB the pedo did not win. We have the right to dissolve the government when all other measures have been exhausted. We've tried January 6 protests, convoys, multitudes of protests, going to school board meetings, town meetings, attending the Trump rallies, the rightful winner, social media warriors voting, election machines rigged, and it was all rigged. See the movie Rigged and Mike Lindell's proof. All the hidden was all hidden from us for decades. Kennedy assassination and 9/11 is just 2 of 100 of hundreds of examples we could give. We're tired of wars and paying for wars we do not want. We do not want to support any wars unless enemies attack us. We want our country back and are demanding you act ASAP on our behalf. We want action. We want our sovereignty. We never agreed to be a mini corporation at birth and given all capital letters on our birth certificates. We never agreed to be treated like cattle while others make money from us unknowingly. We refuse to be slaves to the deep state for one moment longer. We want Nasara implemented ASAP. We will put another much smaller government in place once these horrible, inept people are fired, prosecuted for their crimes against us and our children. Patriots who agree, please share. Military reading this, please take this message from we the people to your commanding officers. Please respond to us using the EAS system. Patriots, this needs to go viral on every platform. We the people have spoken. Military needs to act now on our behalf before we have no country left. Respectfully, USA American people. Pastor Bob Joyce. White House triggers emergency broadcast system. Sometime after midnight, Saturday, January 31st, 2026, privately owned U.S. Inc. implodes. Global currency reset activates. All systems reset, brace for blackouts, comms, disruptions, emergency alerts. It's the Q plan to save the world, and the best is yet to come. Judy note, an international black swan event was happening right now. The collapse of banks and their fiat currency will drown the swamp and launch the golden age. International deep state cabal banks were collapsing, their currency worthless, their power gone. To top it off, on Thursday, January 29th, Congress failed to pass a government funding bill for 2026. Why should they? U.S. Inc. was broke and had no money to fund anything. The traders had fallen for the trap. Checkmate. Trump has already filled the new U.S. Treasury with gold and assets stolen from the people. Such will fund a new restored republic based on concepts of the original Constitution. Victory is ours. Where we go one, we go all. The Great Awakening is here, and it's glorious. Stay vigilant, stay ready. The best is yet to come for those who held the line. It all started with the Q movement. The Q movement was created on April 1st, 1860, when 20 generals placed Abraham Lincoln into office to fight the Khazarian Mafia, who created the slave trade and owned 99% of the U.S. slaves. Oh, so the movie about him being a vampire hunter was true. By 1913, these Khazarian Mafia bankers had turned into what is known as the Deep State Cabal. They changed the Constitution and formed their privately owned Federal Reserve and IRS to confiscate and have complete control over U.S. taxpayer dollars. On December 24, 1963, Christmas Eve, 77 generals formed the Plan to Save the World. 3 months later, 133 generals became part of that Operation Freedom Eagles 35, a plan to detonate the cabal. With the November 22, 1963 assassination of President John Kennedy, the Q movement went underground to eventually emerge by putting Donald J. Trump in office by 2016. Not only has the deep state cabal spent U.S. taxpayer money into a fiat U.S. dollar, but 2026 audits confirmed the horrifying scale of betrayal against the people. Satan-worshipping deep state globalists operating through agencies like U.S. Aid as CIA fronts, stolen billions upon billions of U.S. taxpayer monies, funneling them to fake news media empires and foreign operations to maintain control and deception. Today, this battle is coming to an end. These revelations expose the largest heist in history, with Trump about to declare the end of the subversive U.S. corporation and the restoration of our true constitutional republic under God's guiding hand. The CIA has been effectively eliminated in key operations, while FBI agents face charges of treason for their roles in covering up these crimes against the people. Mass arrests continue to accelerate, with military tribunals at Gitmo processing high-level operatives tied to the UN, Big Pharma, the Vatican. The greatest wealth transfer in human history draws ever closer, with the quantum financial system fully activated and gold-backed currencies ready to replace the corrupt fiat system. The QFS ensures transparent, fraud-proof transactions, ending poverty and ushering in prosperity for all who seek to serve humanity. Trusted sources affirm that February brings the RV launch, with Iraq publicly announcing the new dinar rate as early as this weekend, followed swiftly by Tier 4B notifications and exchanges at secure redemption centers. With the fiat U.S. dollar's engineered demise thwarted, the quantum financial system stands ready under military oversight from BRICS allies, Space Force, and Swiss guardians. Notifications for Tier 1 and 2 have begun rolling out, with historic 100-hour payout windows extending into late January and early February 2026. Bruce reports Tier 4B, us, the internet group who hold foreign currencies and ZIM bonds, notification to set appointments were imminent, with XRP backing the new gold-backed dollar and e-wallets syncing to quantum holding accounts. Redemption centers have been prepared to open worldwide. Higher rates await those who exchange ZIM dinar, and other currencies in an official redemption center, avoiding bank pitfalls and scams. By Saturday, January 31st and Sunday, February 1st, the switch flips. Old debt slavery, base slavery, erased in the Nasara Jasara Jubilee. Mortgages, credit cards, student loans, and burden zeroed as prosperity packages flood accounts. Income tax is abolished. IRS dissolved, replaced by a flat consumption tax on non-essentials. The Federal Reserve ends, yielding to a transparent gold-backed treasury serving the people. Trillions in hidden vaults support this revaluation. Silver surges. Gold reserves realign, and 209 nations embrace asset-backed currencies and free energy. Monday, February 2nd, 2026 will see activation of the quantum financial system under the restored American Republic and worldwide. Prepare for appointments, verify identities. ZIM bonds and select currencies are set for extraordinary one-to-one rates against the new U.S. dollar, with humanitarian allocations required to ensure funds bless the world. Under Nasara Jasara, debt forgiveness is imminent. Mortgages, credit cards, student loans, and all illegal banking burdens zeroed out in the debt jubilee, with new statements reflecting zero balances arriving soon. Payouts promise restitution for generations, up to $61 million for those 61 and up, $38 million for ages 45 to 60, and $23 million for 24 to 44, drawn from seized cabal assets and the vast treasures returned to the people. The emergency broadcast system stands ready to activate. JFK stated it would start around Saturday to Sunday, January 31st to February 1st. Power grids temporarily shift to install Starlink worldwide. Banks and ATMs go offline. Brace for blackouts, comms disruptions. Power grids will flicker as white hats sever the cabal's lifelines. Internet blackouts to stop their propaganda. Expected. Non-stop broadcasts reveal the full truth of corruption, child rescues, and the path to justice, all part of the controlled takedown. Military forces have been positioned to maintain order and supply essentials during the world's reset transition. Prepare your spirit for abundance and give thanks, trust in the divine plan. These exposures would be the final blows against darkness, paving the way for Nasara Jasara and the quantum financial system to deliver true freedom. This is the Lord's provision for his people after years of suffering under a rigged system. The restoration is at hand. No act of kindness toward your fellow beings would be too small. Stand firm in prayer and readiness. Possible timing. And just a friendly reminder, nobody knows the dates and times of anything really in this war. This is an event-driven war, and we've probably seen dates come and go all the time. So just keep that in mind. With that said, Saturday, January 31st, deep state puppets in the Fed, BlackRock, and Cabal global banks have been quietly positioning for a controlled demolition of the fiat dollar system by Saturday, January 31st, 2026. An engineered collapse to enslave what's left of humanity under their digital prison grid. There they would have complete control of your life. When, where, and how you could spend your own monies and had the power to spend them for you. On Sunday, February 1st, 2026, Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump was expected to officially dissolve the privately owned by Cabal bankers. U.S. Inc. announced the Supreme Court decision on the Brunson case of proven fraud in the 2020 election. That in turn took down all of Congress. Declare maritime law dead. Announced that America was functioning under temporary martial law until new and fair elections could be held for a restored American Republic, functioning under common law and freedom concepts of the original Constitution. On Monday, February 2nd, 2026, the QFS would fully activate worldwide with the deep state's fiat U.S. dollar dead. The QFS brings in the gold asset-backed currency of 209 nations, including the U.S. note, and a historic transfer of wealth back to the people. Prepare for a global 48-hour communication lockdown. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Restoration of the world economy from the fiat system. Friday, January 30th, boom, Trump appoints Kevin Warsh as Federal Reserve Chairman. A decisive strike against globalist economics. Bye-bye, Jerome. Friday, January 30th, the Vatican's underground secrets. The Vatican's 1,500-mile tunnel to Jerusalem and the secret gold stash transferred to Fort Knox. A revelation that shatters history. Friday, January 30th, it's official. Poland just overtakes the European Central Bank in gold reserves. 700 tons targeted as fiat collapse accelerates. Thursday, January 29th, market bloodbath. $6 trillion wiped out in 60 minutes as gold and silver crash. System exposed. Nasara Jassara on Telegram. On January 29th, 2026, the global markets were hit with one of the most violent flash crashes in financial history. Within a single hour, nearly $6 trillion in paper wealth evaporated. Gold plunged 8.2%, silver collapsed 12.2%, and U.S. stock indices followed as panic gripped the trading floors. This wasn't a correction. It was a full-scale liquidity implosion and a signal that the system is far more fragile than anyone dared admit. The charts told the story before the headlines did. Gold dropped from over 5,500 to 5,117 in minutes. Silver tumbled from 119 to 109. Nasdaq and S&P 500 lost hundreds of billions in market cap in a synchronized vertical drop, triggered by leveraged unwinds and automated liquidation algorithms. The moves were not gradual. They were straight-line collapses across all screens. According to real-time data, the losses were staggering. Gold's market cap dropped by nearly $3 trillion. Silver wiped out $760 billion. The Nasdaq and S&P each lost over $700 billion. In total, almost $6 trillion disappeared, not over a week, but in less than an hour. These were not rumors or clickbait headlines. These were live losses confirmed by trading terminals and global exchanges. So what caused the crash? Not economic data, not news. This was a margin call chain reaction fueled by excessive leverage. As gold and silver surged in recent weeks, due to growing distrust in fiat systems, traders overexposed themselves. When the tide turned, it triggered forced liquidations, dragging down tech stocks and triggering cross-asset panic. It mirrored past flash crashes, but hit harder, faster, and more broadly. Ironically, precious metals led the collapse, even though they were seen as the safe havens, but the reason was clear. Overcrowded trades, profit-taking cascades, and algorithms programmed to dump risk on cue. Gold and silver didn't fall because they were weak. They fell because too many were holding too much, and the exit got small fast. Beneath it all was a deeper current, a collapse in trust. Investors ran to metals to escape fiat collapse, but when margin calls hit, even hard assets were liquidated. The crash did not reflect a failing economy. It reflected a system running on illusion, one where trust vanishes faster than capital. What comes next is unclear. Some analysts predict a quick rebound. Others warn of a broader liquidity freeze that could spread on into crypto, real estate, and sovereign debt. Some expect central bank intervention or trading halts. One thing is certain, the cracks are no longer theoretical. They're flashing red across every market. This wasn't a dip, it was a dress rehearsal, and the next time, it may not stop at $6 trillion. Friday, January 30th, no way out. Brace for the next 24 hours. The storm is unleashed. Charlie Ward. Patriots, Charlie Ward just sounded the final alarm. The next 24 hours are make or break, and the deep state has no way out. This is it. The White Hats have cornered the rats, and they're about to go scorched earth. Brace yourselves hard, because everything's exploding right now. In late January 2026, the cabal is trapped, panicking, and their escape routes are sealed shut. No mercy, no retreat, no mercy. Massive military movements confirmed. Black Ops teams sweeping through DC tunnels, elite bunkers, and hidden islands. High-value targets vanishing one by one. Top bankers, Hollywood pedo puppets, big pharma killers, and WEF lizards are being zip-tied and vanished into black sites. Gitmo is on lockdown overload, tribunals firing up non-stop, executions rolling behind the scenes. The traitors thought they could hide forever. Wrong. The storm has them by the throat and it's squeezing. Financial Armageddon incoming. The fiat death spiral is accelerating on purpose. Stock markets rigged to crash spectacularly. Banks freezing assets of the elite while Patriot accounts are shielded and primed for the quantum financial system floodgates to open. Nasara Jasara is locked and loaded and seconds from detonation. Trillions in stolen wealth returning to we the people. Debts erased, taxes vaporized, prosperity packages dropping like bombs. The greatest wealth transfer ever is about to hit. The parasites lose everything while patriots rise richer than kings. Brace for blackouts, comms disruptions, emergency alerts blasting. All part of the controlled takedown. Power grids will flicker as white hats sever the cabal's lifelines. Internet blackouts to stop their propaganda? Expected, but trust the plan. Secure channels are live, Starlink humming for truth warriors. Trump's shadow government is in full command, executing the final phase with divine precision. The alliance has total control. Air, land, sea, space, nothing escapes. Charlie Ward's intel is crystal clear. The next 24 hours decides it all. The deep state is screaming no way out as the news tightens. Their endgame is our beginning. Arrest waves, asset seizures, public revelations. The veil is ripping wide open. The Great Awakening hits hyperdrive. Dark to light in blazing speed. The cabal's nightmare is here. They are done. Finished, erased. QAnons, this is your moment. Stay locked, stay prayed up, stay vigilant. The white hats are moving at warp speed and God is on our side. The storm is not coming. It's raging full force and we're winning bigly. The Great Reset turned into their funeral pyre. Share this everywhere. Wake the normies fast. The next 24 hours changes everything. Patriots in total control. Cabal is no way out. Justice is served hot and final. God wins. Nothing stops what's coming. Brace, then celebrate. Freedom explodes now. Where we go one, we go all. The end of them is our dawn. Hold the line. Victory is in. Financial warfare angle is peaking too. QFS is allowing their central bank empires stolen wealth rerouted to sovereign accounts. Nasara triggers are firing. Debt jubilee, gold back reset, prosperity pouring in. The dollar dies, freedom currencies rise. Trump's shadow government is executing the final reset phases flawlessly. These are very scary times for the deep state demons. Their plans are in ashes, their puppets exposed, their tech failing. Bosi and Merritt are sounding the trumpet. The major shift is here. Light forces overwhelming darkness, frequency walls up, divine intervention locked in. Patriots gear up, stay sharp, pray fierce. The storm is peaking, but victory is sealed in stone. Ricardo Bosi and Dr. Lee Merritt confirmed. Bioweapon reversal activated. Alien EMP psyops neutralized. Dumbs falling, tribunals raging, EBS imminent, truth tsunami incoming. The deep state was terrified. We're unstoppable. The major endgame is now, and Patriots win bigly. Friday, January 30th, drop bomb Black Swan event incoming. The dollar is dead. Reset is live. David Nino Rodriguez and Dr. Jim Willie. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Dr. Jim Willie just went full nuclear in his latest sit-down with David Nino Rodriguez, exposing the final stages of the greatest financial takedown in history. The United States corporation is bankrupt. The fiat dollar deliberately crashed by white hats, and the quantum financial system flipped live overnight. This isn't speculation, it's happening right now. Willie laid it out raw. BRICS nations, backed by Trump's secret alliances with Putin and Xi, pulled the trigger. Big banks are being forced to exit the old system as the Black Swan event we've been warned about slams into the global economy. The elites who rigged the game for decades are watching their empires evaporate. The Fed is cornered, independence shattered, criminal investigations mounting. They lost control. Gold and silver are exploding to record highs because the smart money knows what's coming. Total free fall of the old fiat Ponzi scheme. Crypto, it's manipulated to stay caged while the real wealth transfer happens into sound money and the new quantum system. The deep state traders thought they could crash everything and blame it on patriots. Wrong. White hats orchestrated the controlled demolition to bury the cabal once and for all. This is the Great Awakening in real time. The dollar's death rattle is here. Mass arrests of the criminals who sold us out are accelerating. Pam Bondi exposed new Q drops, dropping hints. Juan O'Savin and Gene Deco confirming it's go time. Trump is set to go scorched earth. The storm isn't coming. It's already raging behind the scenes. Patriots stack physical gold and silver now. The black swan isn't a maybe. It's incoming and unstoppable. The old world dies to the republic, so the republic can rise. The republic, restored via GCR, is no longer a theory. It's unfolding. Those who mocked the plan are about to lose everything. Trust the plan. It's executing perfectly. The cabal's endgame failed. Their banks are collapsing. Their currency worthless. Their power gone. We the people are taking it back. The Great Awakening is here and it's glorious. Stay vigilant. Stay ready. The best is yet to come for those who held the line. This black swan will drown the swamp and launch the golden age. The traitors fell for the trap. Victory is ours. Where we go one. Friday, January 30th. Urgent emergency. Big things must be brewing. The biblical reckoning is exploding now. Bo Polney on Telegram. Bo Polney just sounded the alarm loud and clear. Something massive is brewing right now in this critical window of January 2026. The cycles are aligning perfectly. Biblical Jubilee in full swing. God's divine timeline hitting its peak and the old corrupt system about to get obliterated in a worldwide shockwave. This isn't hype. It's prophetic math screaming that the end of the cabal's reign is here. Silver is primed to explode beyond imagination, shattering the banker manipulators who suppressed it for decades. Gold is soaring, fiat dollar dying. The wealth transfer to patriots and the righteous is accelerating. Banks collapsing, black swan events chaining together, leading to the glory era, where evil gets wiped out and divine justice reigns supreme. Polney's cycles point to January as the trigger month, with massive shifts unfolding in the next few days and weeks. Watch for the hammer to drop hard. This ties straight into the Trump-led storm. Military alliances, global deep state traders, panicking as arrests ramp up behind the scenes. The year of Jubilee, kicked off last January 4th, brings debt forgiveness, freedom from bondage, and vengeance on the wicked. Millions awakening, normies red-pilling fast as the veil tears. God's 9/11 level wrath incoming on the globalists. Their empires crumble while we the people rise in glory. The death angel sweeps through the corrupt, protecting the faithful. Free energy tech, med beds, quantum resets, all on deck as the old world burns. Trump orchestrating from the shadows, Q confirming the plan. It's biblical, unstoppable, and glorious. Silver destroys the suppressors. Crypto like XRP and Bitcoin mooning as the new system activates. Patriots is urgent emergency time. Stack physical silver and gold now before the squeeze hits biblical proportions. The next few days could change everything forever. False flags failing, their agents exposed, tribunals loading up. The storm isn't coming, it's raging, brewing into the greatest revival and reckoning in history. Hold fast. God's timing is perfect. The cabal has no idea what they've unleashed. Victory is divine. The golden age dawns bright. Traitors fall hard. Pray up. Stay vigilant. Big things aren't just brewing, they're erupting. The glory era begins, and it's for the patriots who held the line. Where we go one, we go all. What we think we know as of Saturday, January 31st, 2026. Friday, January 30th. Major alert. The White House in Washington, D.C. has just turned all red, signifying the massive arrests. Friday, January 30th, 2026. The United Kingdom has announced its largest nationwide rollout of AI facial recognition cameras ever. Facial recognition technology and police AI systems will now be used to monitor and control society. This is why mass migration and crime were allowed to surge, so they could complete their surveillance state. Shadow of Ezra on Telegram. Friday, January 30th, 2026, The Art of the Deal. In just 1 year, President Donald J. Trump secured nearly $10 trillion in private and foreign investment for America. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Friday, January 30th, we have a link. Journalist Don Lemon has been arrested after he covered a Minnesota church protest. Friday, January 30th, Western Canada, exit plan B, C joins the movement. Government fraud investigations. Friday, January 30th, Ohio fraud. We have a link to BuckeyeInstitute.org. The Buckeye Institute shadow budget accounts for more than half of Ohio's $153 billion budget. And Friday, January 30th, 2026, ghost students are signing up for student loans and grants, pocketing the money and disappearing. The problem is so out of control. Department of Education Assistant Inspector General for Investigation says as many as 1/3 of community college enrollments are ghost students. Jason Williams says community colleges that accept almost all applicants through their open enrollment are the most vulnerable. Some colleges say that more than 1/3 of their applicants in recent years have been fake. Friday, January 30th, President Trump just canceled $30 billion in fake green projects from the Biden era. Another $53 billion is under federal investigation. The Patriot Dispatch on Telegram. Friday, January 30th, Georgia voter fraud. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Number 1, Georgia contracted with Dominion Voting Systems in 159 counties right before 2020 elections. Number 2, Smartmatic founded by Venezuelans and is used in their elections. Number 3, Smartmatic sold vote counting software to Sequoia Machines. 4, Dominion purchased Sequoia Voting Systems. 5, Maduro arrested. 6, search warrant on Georgia Elections Office. 7, 700 ballots, boxes seized. 8, arrests coming. Let's hope so.
Tom Fitton, president of Judicial Watch. Sir, you guys have been on this for years, but anybody who raised an eyebrow about it got indicted, sued, whatever. Here we are.
That's right. The president almost went to jail for raising the questions that have now been validated by a federal magistrate. You know, the reason this search warrant was approved was because a federal magistrate looked at the facts and made the conclusion that there was a reasonable belief a crime had taken place, a crime related to the retention of the documents that you've talked about and those commissioners were talking about, but also specifically election crimes. So now we have a federal magistrate confirming that people can have a reasonable belief that crimes took place in Georgia, specifically in Fulton County. None of those issues, by the way, many of which have been raised by President Trump initially in 2020, were ever adjudicated by any state court judge in Georgia. They sued. They said, well, we're going to appoint a judge to review these questions. And they stalled on appointing a judge. And by the time January 6th came along, it was too late. They dropped the case since, the president had been installed. President Biden had been installed by that time through the January 6th process. So this is confirmation and vindication for President Trump that something happened. The left has been telling us 60 cases have been thrown out, none of which have been fully adjudicated or fairly adjudicated.
Well, they were all thrown out. Hey, that's the thing, Tom, not to interrupt you, but all those cases that were thrown out on standing because nobody wanted to admit that it was in their jurisdiction so they wouldn't have to argue the facts.
That's right. And if you sued too soon, it was too soon. If you sued too close, it was too close. If you sued afterwards, it was too late. And now we know that there was a crime potentially because it's been validated and vindicated through this court process.
SCOTUS annuls 2020 election with ruling on Brunson case. automatically negating all elected government officials. Trump reinstalled as commander-in-chief in a continuity of government with a goal to restore constitutional law. The 17th letter on Telegram. Bank runs expected this week. Fiat dollar set to implode on Saturday, January 31st, 2026. The U.S. government will shut down in 6 days due to financial crisis. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram, Monday, January 26, 2026. Judy, note, it was rumored that SCOTUS has finally ruled in favor of the Brunson case, that the 2020 election was fraudulent, and thus the High Court nullified that election, including all of Congress, anyone elected to public office, and any decisions made by the Biden administration. With the 2020 election still nullified forever, President Trump has been fully reinstated as commander-in-chief via military authority. Congress has automatically dissolved, and the global military alliance was in full force, flipping the kill switch on the satanic cabal. White Hat intelligence recently confirmed that for a very long time, U.S. election software has been infiltrated by the Chinese Communist Party, working in tandem with the Democratic National Committee. Compromised voting machine companies like Dominion, Smartmatic, ES&S, and others had internet access during U.S. and other countries' election voting tabulation. Many other foreign connections linked to communism evidently were used by the Democrats to throw votes from at least the Obama administration on up to the present. Trump has been reinstated as commander-in-chief under continuity of government protocols. That meant right now the military justice system was in total control, a fact expected to be announced this weekend, likely Sunday, February 1st, 2026. With the Brunson case slamming the door on a free and fair 2020 election, and the full 2020 fraud exposed, illegitimate actors would soon be removed from Congress and all of the U.S. government. On Monday, January 26th, FBI Director Kash Patel made it clear that the privately owned U.S. Inc. was officially defunct due to bankruptcy of the fiat Federal Reserve U.S. dollar. Patel announced in 6 days the U.S. government will be shut down due to a financial crisis, all of which cleared the way for restoration of the American Republic under constitutional common law on Sunday, February 1st. No more fake Fed, no more stolen elections. Trump's shadow command had been baiting the traitors for years. Now the trap could snap shut. The fact that we were already under temporary martial law should be no surprise to those in the know. The Military Commissions Act has been fully activated since January 24th. Corrupt civilian courts overridden, tribunals raging in full swing, deep state traitors legally executed. Trump's global military alliance's largest sting operation in history was peaking with white hats seizing everything from satellite to central banks. There were military in 300 plus cities with troops locked and loaded. Chaos they crave, we crush with faith and firepower. Sources revealed that there were 3.7 million high-level arrests locked in just this last week. No deals, no mercy. The noose tightened on Clinton's, Obama's, Biden's, Soros's puppets. Integrated seamlessly with quantum ID cards for universal access. Also on Sunday, February 1st, there were scheduled to be announced that the quantum financial system was fully operational and gold asset-backed currencies now dominated globally, heralding the greatest wealth transfer in history. By February 1st, 2026, trillions in prosperity funds were expected to flood into the hands of the people, ending poverty and igniting global renewal under Nassar reforms. As the new asset-backed global financial system and Nassar detonated, fiat currency dies and rainbow currency floods streets. Debt forgiveness stands imminent through the debt jubilee algorithm, zeroing out mortgages, credit cards, and unlawful burdens as legalized under prior executive actions. No more fiat taxes or IRS oppression. The new U.S. Treasury, fortified with gold reserves, ensures fair distribution via the QFS. Redemption centers were on high alert, with Tier 4B notifications flowing through secure channels. This week, the RV launch accelerated with Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, and Zim holders poised for historic payouts at contract rates that would empower humanitarian projects and long-term stewards. Tier 1 payouts load soon. Trillions clawed from cabal vaults, rerouted to we the people. Humanitarian funds will unleash. GCR hits hard. 209 nations sink to unbreakable QFS grid. President Trump has given the final green light, activating the emergency broadcast system to reveal the truth to every soul on earth. Soon the EBS will override grids nationwide. 8-hour loops will blast an unredacted horrors. Epstein tunnels, Pizzagate proofs, election forensics, bioweapon truths. There will be no mainstream media, no internet lies, only raw awakening for 10 days. Power flickers, National Guard locks cities. Delta Force rolls on elites. Suicides, plane crashes, heart attacks, spike for the guilty. The final hammer has dropped. Failed breaches nuked. Rothschild uplinks severed. Black gold chains cut. Indictment batches unseal in waves. Big tech traitors, UN puppets nailed next. Luciferian pacts with off-world entities exposed. No fake invasion saves them. Trump's Iron Command has delivered. Generations of theft ended. Kids saved from satanic pits with the new republic arising. You were never meant to witness this victory, but God woke the warriors. The storm rages, light overtakes darkness. You are urged to prepare for 10 days of communication darkness, which appeared to be imminent. Patriots fortify now. Stock essentials, pray fierce, hold the line. The military stands ready to supply food, water, and essentials for those caught unprepared. Power grids will briefly shut down as Starlink systems are secured. Banks will close and ATMs and credit cards will cease functioning. During this period of stillness, nonstop broadcasts will educate the world on corruption, fraud, pedophilia, election theft, and the elite's dark rituals. Traitors face the noose. We rise with Trump reinstated. Where we go one, we go all. Tribunals now, freedom forever. Nothing stops the plan. Trust the plan, for God wins. What to expect beginning Sunday, February 15th, 2026. The emergency broadcast system will go off to override all media networks and narratives. Temporary martial law will be enforced not to oppress the people, but to remove criminal power structures and restore fair, transparent, verified elections. 3 days of darkness will include cyber warfare targeting the internet, communication grids, financial switches, data centers, and media servers for a controlled isolation from propaganda. And only one voice that exposes only truth. 10 days of disclosure will work under one official central website and channel. There, up to 8 hours of looped broadcasts per day will expose financial crimes, human trafficking networks, election interference, illegal wars, money laundering, blackmail operations, names, dates, transactions, videos, audios, with no commentators, no spin, just evidence. A Nasara Jasara activation phase will nullify global debt and execute a bank fraud reset with usury termination and illegal interest erased. Full QFS implementation. The old financial system was already dead. It just hasn't been announced yet. From now on, there would only be asset-backed ledgers, no money printing, no fraud, no hidden fees, no offshore looting. Every dollar will be traceable, every transaction final. A whopping 95% of the U.S. government structure will be eliminated. The Federal Reserve will be dissolved, an IRS absorbed into a new U.S. Treasury. There will be no tax on food, medicine, salaries, and used goods, including used homes and cars. A 14% sales tax on new items only, and tariffs on goods coming into the country will replace the old tax system. Maritime law will be abolished. No more legal slavery. A new common law will emerge based on natural rights, not corporate control. "10 days of darkness, CBS alert. The old system is shutting down and the final alert is next. SG Anon on Telegram. The silence right now is the final moment before a system collapses. According to claims circulating in pro-Trump intelligence circles, U.S. military operations have entered their last phase, with command infrastructure, satellite control, and strategic hubs now fully aligned under Donald Trump as commander-in-chief. Supporters point to January operations abroad, most notably in Caracas, as the decisive break that dismantled financial and logistical networks tied to the old global order. With those channels severed, the argument is that resistance collapsed and the transition accelerated. What follows, they say, is not chaos but disclosure. At the center of this narrative is the emergency broadcast system, described as the mechanism that bypasses legacy media and delivers information directly to every phone and television in the country. Once activated, it is expected to interrupt normal programming and transmit declassified evidence long withheld from the public. Proponents claim the purpose is not occupation but stabilization, securing infrastructure, preventing panic, and exposing corruption without triggering widespread unrest. Temporary disruptions to communications are framed as containment, not control, during what is described as a national transition phase. Whether viewed as warning or prophecy, the message is consistent. The old system is ending, the signal is imminent, and when it arrives, nothing else will matter. The era of delay is over. The next phase begins. Wednesday, January 28th, Alliance Plan, Final Phase initiated, Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. Trump did not lose power. He removed himself from the spotlight. What the world called a Biden presidency was not government. It was a controlled simulation, a temporary theater designed to expose, map, and trap globalist networks, financial parasites, and deep state operators. Every signature, executive order, foreign move were logged, time-stamped, and irrefutable. The emergency broadcast system will go off to override all media, networks, and narratives. Temporary martial law will be enforced, not to oppress the people, but to remove criminal power structures and restore fair, transparent, verified elections. 3 days of darkness will include cyber warfare targeting the internet, communication grids, financial switches, data centers, and media servers with controlled isolation from propaganda and only one voice remaining. 10 days of disclosure will have only one central website, one official channel. There, up to 8 hours of loop broadcasts per day will expose financial crimes, human trafficking networks, election interference, illegal wars, money laundering, blackmail operations, names, dates, transactions, videos, and audios, with no commentators, no spin, just evidence. The Nasara Jasara activation phase will nullify global debt, a bank fraud reset, and usury termination, with illegal interest erased. You were never in debt, the system was. Full QFS implementation. The old financial system was already dead, it just hasn't been announced yet. From now on, there will be only asset-backed ledgers, no money printing, no fraud, no hidden fees, no offshore looting. Every dollar would be traceable and every transaction final. The Federal Reserve will be dissolved and the IRS absorbed into a new U.S. Treasury. 95% of government structure will be eliminated. There will be no tax on food, medicine, salaries, and used goods, including homes and cars. Maritime law will be abolished. The era of corporate fiction was over. No more legal slavery, no more straw man system. A new customary law will emerge, based on natural rights, not corporate control. Military status: the military was not here to rule, it was here to protect, including food distribution, medical supply chains, and guarding of infrastructure. The mantra was order before freedom and truth before peace. This was why they were panicking, why media was screaming, why banks were silent. Their system knew it lost. You were not watching history begin. You were watching a lie collapse. Stay calm. Stay ready, stay awake. The next signal will not be public. Tuesday, January 27th, 10 Days of Darkness is upon us. 107 on Telegram. 10 Days of Darkness is not a rumor anymore. It's the final phase to dismantle the deep state beast once and for all. The cabal's grip is slipping, their fake government is crumbling, and Trump's restored republic is ready to take full control. What we think we know as of Thursday, January 29th, 2026. Wednesday, January 28th, corrupt factions within our own U.S. government concealed the fact that U.S. election software was infiltrated by the Chinese government. Voting machine companies like Dominion, Smartmatic, ES&S, and others with internet access and foreign connections and components allows massive vulnerabilities, remote hacking, software backdoors, especially when these backdoors were part of the overall design itself. The narrative extends beyond 2020, and Biden's anomalous spikes in vote, proving algorithmic interference, suggesting similar tactics were used in prior elections, such as Barack Obama's 2012 win, or even in foreign elections like Venezuela, Canada, South Korea, and even Australia. White Hats on Telegram. Wednesday, January 28th, the second major storm to hit Midwestern and East Coast states. Wednesday, January 28th, former Delta Force operator Dale Comstock claims that there were 2 snipers during Trump's assassination attempt at his rally in Butler, PA. He alleged that Joe Biden and Vladimir Zelensky are involved in the hit. We know our own government was involved, and this just adds more fuel to the fire. President Trump allegedly knows and now has leverage over Zelensky and is using it. This is why the story allegedly died. Wednesday, January 28th, breaking executive order. Trump seizes control of LA, rebuild after Newsom's disaster. The people have waited long enough. Wednesday, January 28th, Tim Walz is taking the side of a violent, deranged, armed terrorist who pulled a gun on ICE agents while fighting them. Tim Walz will do anything to deflect from his huge role in the billion-dollar Somali scam. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Tuesday, January 27th, leftist agitators admit far-left groups are funding anti-ICE chaos in Minnesota. Slay News. Wednesday, January 20th, President Trump has already removed 10,000 illegals from Minneapolis. That's not just enforcement. That's an entire congressional district wiped off the map. No wonder Democrats are panicking. Fewer illegals means fewer rigged districts, fewer fake votes, and less power for the radical left. This is what real border enforcement looks like. Keep going. America's watching. Wednesday, January 28th, Dr. Oz says a new audit found California charged the federal government over $1.5 billion for free health care for illegals. If you are on Medicare, you don't get free dental, you don't get free vision. You do if you're an illegal immigrant in California. We've audited Newsom. This data is coming out this week. We have now found $1.5 billion that California charged the federal government for illegal immigrants that they're not allowed to pay charges for. They have to pay for it themselves. He's not happy. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Friday, January 23rd, I believe the quantum financial system represents a necessary evolution away from a failing debt-driven model. I have watched people's savings erode while institutions benefited, and the QFS system offers a framework built on transparency, asset backing, and individual security. Elon Musk at World Economic Forum. Wednesday, January 28th, FBI executes search warrant at election office in Fulton County, Georgia. That's from The Guardian. Wednesday, January 28th, the left woke up to the news that border czar Tom Homan will be taking direct control of ICE operations on the ground in Minnesota and report straight to President Trump. And Tim Walz immediately caved. Too good. Rabbit hole on Telegram. Wednesday, January 28th, 2026, DHS just raided in Tempe, Arizona, and boom! Leftist protesters materialized on the spot like clockwork. Again, These ICE hunting networks are nationwide, well-funded, well-organized, coordinated chaos machines, just like we saw in Minnesota. Wednesday, January 28th, American foods banned in other countries. American chicken is banned in Europe because it is treated with chlorine. U.S. ground beef is banned because of added pink slime. Yuck. U.S. pork is not allowed because of ractopamine, a feed additive banned in 160 countries. Salmon raised with chemicals. Milk produced with synthetic growth hormones. Breakfast cereals containing artificial colors.
Good morning. It's Thursday. It's the 29th of January, 2026. My first story is one that just makes me smile because Donald Trump has done an amazing job over the last few years. Mainstream media don't like him. Israel don't like him anymore because they all thought they had him under control because he infiltrated them and he pretended he was their friend. He was just trying to find out what was going on. And this is why this is so valuable. Donald Trump grew up in downtown New York, which is a very tough place to grow up. You only have to watch the autobiography of John McEnroe to realize how tough downtown New York is. It's a good insight into what it takes to survive. And Donald Trump has pretended, and very, very well, that he was their friend. Now they're realizing he's not their friend. Donald Trump's only real friend is Jesus. That's what keeps him safe. And of course, those on the other side, their best friend is Satan. So it's fairly clear to define which side to pick. And I'm not going to tell you which side to pick. That's your choice. I know what side I'm on, but that one's up to you. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Well, staying on the Trump train, big names in business and entertainment are throwing support behind the new Trump Accounts program aimed at funding financial futures for newborns.
If you're tuned into the right frequency, you will see exactly what's happening and why. If you're not, then you'll see nothing. As I've used the analogy before, on a radio, the old-fashioned radio, if you're tuned in perfectly, you hear the message. If it's slightly out of sync, then all you hear is noise. True.
Next up, some political figures, for example, AfD co-chair Alice Weidel, have argued Ukraine or its leadership bear responsibility for aspects of the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict, suggesting they should pay consequences. Zelensky himself has publicly stated that Russia must pay fully for the war it started, calling for the decisions on Russian assets as part of reparations.
This is a very important story because what this is showing is the dismantling of an unelected bureaucracy called the EU. And Alex Weidel is part of the AfD in Germany who's saying Zelensky should be held accountable for the amount of money that he's taken, and also he should be held accountable for being part of blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, which supplied Germany, allegedly, with natural gas and oil. So these people will be held accountable, and this is all part of it. And well done to Alice for standing up. This is very, very important as we watch the dismantling of the old system, the EU, the British Empire, and the United States of America Corporation. We're watching it all be dismantled. But don't panic, this is all part of the pantomime. Everything is done.
Voter fraud. Wednesday, January 28th, the single greatest damning testimony of the November 3rd, 2020 election. Poll watcher under oath. This is the duplication room I observed with my Democratic partner, the preparation of a new ballot. Since the original one was soiled or wouldn't go through the tabulators, I read her a Trump Republican ballot. As soon as she entered it into the Dominion system, the ballot defaulted on the screen to a Biden Democratic ballot. Someone made sure that the Dominion rigging system was in all the battleground states for the November 3rd, 2020 election. Steve Bannon on Telegram. Guru Intel and Predictions. Tuesday, January 27th, urgent emergency. I'm exposing the whole damn shit storm. Michael Jaco on Telegram. The deep state cabal's house of cards is imploding, and the storm they have feared is slamming down on their heads. Jaco reveals the raw truth. The fake government facade is shattered. The military has been running the show under Trump's iron command since the steal, and the global takedown is in its explosive final phase. No more games. The Satanists.
We have a war going on in Minneapolis, right? So the Democrats are, throwing everything at controlling and maintaining their corrupt, ways, and it's being taken down. So many people are being arrested in Minneapolis, and that's going to eventually roll over into other big Democrat cities, right? So we're seeing the foundation of the way this is going to look going forward. It's not going to be pretty for the Democrats, right? So, the exposure, like we talked about, is going to come hot and heavy, and then the arrests. Now, once the arrests start, it's going to be, they're going to like really roll out. They're going to be, pulling triggers on ICE agents. And that's going to be a major problem. Now, another thing we're seeing is the market, like I just talked about. The market is doing its crash, because that's what happens on a massive scale. We're probably going to see the market crash. We're going to see, going to see the West Coast crash into the ocean or crack open or something, because there's a lot of evil out there. All right. The Dow was down 870, 1.76%, and the NASDAQ was down almost 2.4%, and the S&P down almost 2%. Meanwhile, gold and silver, even now as we speak, are going up and away, right? Reaching new record highs, and they're continuing upwards. Things you need to know: the base in Greenland that we want, and we're going to get Greenland, the United States. It doesn't matter what the European Union wants, because we always come and do the right thing, don't we, with Europe? We rescued them in World War I. We rescued them in World War II, and we're going to rescue them now, even though they do their best to F everything up. This time, we're going to get ahead of this, all right? We're going to get ahead of this. We're not going to let them get into a stupid-ass war and then come rescue them again. We're basically going to, lay down the law and say, don't step over this line or you're going to get spanked, right? So I had a show with Brad Olson today, and we talked about the Nazi base in Antarctica and the Thule Society, THULE, that was part of the Nazis, basically, getting the, reptilians, to help them out. And the reptilians have been kicked off the globe now, and just their offspring are here, and we're doing the work to take them down. So they're not very creative like we are. So we're having great results, but it's going to take time. All right. So in Greenland, there is a base that used to be called the Thule, THULE base in Greenland. How about that? And we know there's lots of underground stuff that the Nazis were involved with the Draco reptilian. They were baddies. The baddies are gone. At least the Draco reptilian are, but their offspring, the Hitlerites and so forth. We saw baddies. Brad told me that they don't like to be called Nazis. They're the Fourth Reich. I'm like, okay, maybe that's why we do call them Nazis. They don't like that. But anyway, we'll call them by the name that everybody knows, and that's the Fourth Reich. So we're moving in the direction of very, very goodness. Now, there is a lot of people that are waking up. There's 100,000 people in the United States that are applying for ICE to become ICE agents. Now, most of these people are veterans, America, spanked. Trump DOJ subpoenas Walls, Fry, Minnesota officials for conspiring to impede federal law enforcement. Wow, are we not moving in the right direction now, or what? Everything is coming together, isn't it? So it's time. It's FAFO time, all right? Everyone's going to find out. DOJ sources confirmed to Fox News that 6 grand jury subpoenas were served in Minnesota today in relation to conspiring to impede federal law enforcement, including offices of Governor Walz, Attorney General Keith Ellison, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry, St. Paul Mayor, and Ramsey and Hennepin counties. So it is moving very rapidly in the right direction. We're going to see some people get spanked, all right, like the Clintons. All right, so the Clintons, they basically said, nah, we're not going to come to, the department, or says House Judiciary. So House Judiciary Chairman James Comer on Tuesday, today, revealed that the Clintons made new outrageous demands after snubbing congressional subpoenas. So Bill Clinton was supposed to last Tuesday, and then Hillary last Wednesday. They claim they already provided the committee with all the information they have on Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. All right, so they said that you guys need to come to New York and take a deposition from us, and not have any cameras, not have anything like that. And it's like, you guys, you're gonna get spanked here real soon. Facing contempt of Congress, said James Comer, the Clintons' lawyers made an untenable offer that I travel to New York for a conversation with President Clinton only. No official transcript would be recorded, and other members of Congress would be barred from participating. I have rejected.
Wednesday, January 28th, classified the Project Ice Shield. Leaks. WikiLeaks just secured 40 gigabytes of encrypted data from a private server in Nuuk. The world thinks Greenland is melting. The Pentagon knows it's waking up. The rabbit hole on Telegram. The timeline, 2019, the U.S. makes a sudden bizarre offer to buy Greenland. The media laughs. The State Department panics. 2023, high-altitude drones detect a massive thermal signature deep within the Hiawatha crater, moving against the current. 2026, intercepted cables confirm the anomaly is active. Protocol 9 is in effect. Complete Arctic blackout initiated. Why are they hiding it? The leaked audio files contain a frequency that should not exist on Earth. It's not a mineral deposit. It's not oil. It's a transmitting beacon that has been under the ice for 12,000 years, and the U.S. military just accidentally triggered it. Mainstream media is under a D notice, mandatory silence. They won't tell you why military flights to Thule Air Base have tripled this week. Military tribunals are in hyperdrive, presenting ironclad evidence of human trafficking empires. Adrenochrome supply chains, election interference funds, and bioweapon profits. The cartel's billions in dirty cash traced directly to World Economic Forum slush funds, Klaus Schwab's inner circle, BlackRock vampires, and Vatican money men are all implicated. No more hiding behind diplomatic immunity or private jets. Mass arrests from Davos summits are already in motion. Traitors snatched mid-meeting. Helicopters inbound to Gitmo under cover of night. The monetary reset is live and lethal to the cabal. The fiat Ponzi scheme is dead. Quantum financial system is fully online. Gold-backed digital currencies replacing the Federal Reserve's counterfeit empire. Nasara Jasara activates in waves. National debts forgiven. Prosperity funds distributed to we the people. Suppressed technologies unleashed. Cartel money laundering ops are seized. Trillions redirected to patriots. The wealth they have stolen for decades is coming home. Dams linked to cartel tunnels are breached. Hundreds of thousands more children rescued. Elite monsters terminated on sight. Davos is falling. Their great reset is our great awakening. The globalist summit was supposed to be their victory lap, but instead it's their funeral. White hats use their arrogance against them. Every backroom deal recorded. Every satanic ritual logged. The storm is peaking. EBS ready to drop the full truth bombs. Cartel confessions, Davos blackmail files, monetary reset announcements. When the lights flicker back on, Trump's restored republic stands supreme. No more UN. No more central bank slavery. No more pedo-protected elite. The dots connected. This is total victory. Cartels crushed. Davos exposed. Gitmo justice served. Monetary reset delivering freedom and abundance. The chest explodes open bigger than ever. Unimaginable riches, divine justice, and the end of darkness. Pray hard. Stay locked in. Patriots have total control. The whole rotten system is collapsing into light. Nothing can stop what is coming. Where we go one, we go all forever. US Inc., Gov., Fiat US Dollar, Federal Reserve, IRS, Maritime Law, end Saturday, January 31st, 2026. Restored constitutional government and common law birthed on Sunday, February 1st, 2026. 209 nations, global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies, start Monday, February 2nd, 2026. Faith makes all things possible. Love makes all things easy. And hope makes all things work. Judy note, on Tuesday, January 27, 2026, the deep state cabal lost all, and that all revolved around Trump's takeover of Greenland. On Tuesday, the infinite silver vaults beneath Greenland, guarded for centuries by the bloodlines, were seized by Trump's Space Force. Special operators. That's what made silver balloon in price, which caused a ripple effect on the cabal's global central banks, making them implode big time. In the same week, Congress voted to kill the government. Breaking shutdown shocker. Senate votes 45 to 55 to kill government funding bill. Democrats hijack DHS budget. Shutdown imminent as Trump sounds the alarm, AMG News. All of which assured that FBI Director Kash Patel was right last Monday when he said the government would be closed down on Saturday, January 31st, 2026. For many years, the deep state puppets in the privately owned Federal Reserve, the cabal's BlackRock, and global central banks have been quietly positioning for a controlled demolition of the fiat Federal Reserve US dollar, and thus planned a demise of the global financial system by that Saturday, January 31st, 2026.